Good morning. It is 5 a.m. and I'm Jay Harper in for Joan Jones again this morning. I've got your top stories. Hey, we're looking at a clear sky and 70 degrees on this Friday morning. We will get you the full weekend forecast as well as traffic here in just a few minutes. Former President Trump calling for a grand jury to investigate a new report from the FBI that says Iranian hackers stole Trump campaign material this summer and tried to send it to the Biden campaign. Election day now just 6 weeks away. ABC's Lionel Moise has more on the race for the White House.
Former President Trump spoke at an anti-Semitism event in Washington. He called on Vice President Harris to disavow any support from Hamas sympathizers, including those on university campuses.
Ground zero for the outbreak of the anti-Jewish hate.
Trump also called for a grand jury to investigate a new report from the FBI that says Iranian hackers stole Trump campaign material this summer and tried to send it to Biden campaign associates.
Back here in Middle Tennessee, News 2 reporting that cease and desist letters were sent out to social media users that have been threatening and harassing individuals looking for missing Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers. Dog the Bounty Hunter and Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, said they've experienced online harassment and have seen the threats only increase. Dwayne Chapman, better known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, joined the search this month and raised the reward for information leading to an arrest or finding Sebastian to $100,000.
This is not the first rodeo for me finding a missing child.
But Dog says in less than a month of joining the search, they have received countless threats.
It's really bad. I mean, they have threatened Seth's family.
According to the law offices of Joseph Lesniak, who is representing Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth Rogers, and other individuals, some instances of interference and threats are encouraging false allegations, flooding false leads, undermining reward credibility, interference with search operations, as well as slander and harassment. The Market Numbers Report is brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. With a recap of yesterday's activity, here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks soared a day after an historic decision by the Fed. The Dow closed up 522 points. The S&P gained 95, both closing at all-time highs, while the Nasdaq rose 441 points. Investors are buying, encouraged by the Federal Reserve's decision to cut a key interest rate 0.5%, hoping it will help the economy avoid a recession and getting that much-desired soft landing. The central bank signaled even more cuts are coming, with Chair Jerome Powell saying it'll do all it can to keep inflation moving downward. The gains followed rallies from markets across Europe and Asia. Sales of previously occupied homes fell in August to the slowest annual pace in nearly a year, even as mortgage rates eased and the supply of properties keeps rising. The National Association of Realtors says sales dropped 2.5% from July and were down 4.2% from a year ago. The median home price up over 3% to over $416,000.
Taking a look at the futures ahead of the opening bell. Hello, yeah, it's early. The Dow is down 8, S&P futures down 13, and the Nasdaq futures are down 68.5. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Well, so far, clear sailing on this Friday morning on Nashville area roadways. No accidents, no breakdowns, no backups thus far. So far, so good. Hey, I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm sorry, if you're eating breakfast, you might want to just hold off for just a second. I've got an audio bite that is kind of barf-worthy. And it's courtesy of Oprah Winfrey as she is introducing Kamala Harris for this town hall thing that they did yesterday.
A wife and mamala to senator to vice president. Please welcome Kamala Harris.
Why are they doing that? What is this whole thing about singing or shouting Kamala Harris's name? Why do they do that? I don't understand. Is that supposed to be some sort of a thing? And so during this town hall event, you've got Oprah who introduces Kamala Harris, and then she's walking through the audience, clearly, the adoring audience. And she's shaking hands with all of these people, and the crowd goes wild. And I think that was Meryl Streep on a computer somewhere. And it's just, whole thing was nauseating. And so this morning, I'm trying to go through all of the audio. Hard-hitting interview. Oprah Winfrey and Kamala Harris. As you can tell by the introduction there was a lot of that, Johnny.
I'm sure there was.
There was a lot of arse kissing. And it's interesting, too, because there's a common thread throughout the news today. The Red Eye guys were talking about it a little bit. There is a thread in the news today of Kamala incompetence. Now, you would never know it by watching the Oprah Winfrey Kamala Harris love fest that was going on. But over the course of the morning here on Nashville's Morning News, I'm going to play you a few of the sound bites from last night. Now, one of them is making the rounds because, as you can imagine, there's a lot that is going around because Harris did have, despite the friendliest environment possible, she's still word saladed. So she was asked about the economy, and she was asked about what she was going to do to lower groceries.
We really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yeah, first of all, thank you both for being here. And
now, when you start out the question with, well, first of all, thank you for being here, you know that in her mind, she's trying to formulate what the heck she's going to say next. And I think at this point, we all know what she's going to say. But I want you to listen to the sort of circular comments that she was making where it was like a train of thought to nowhere.
Yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been. And we need to deal with that. Mm-hmm. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries.
So I spent, of course, way too much time listening to that audio bite and trying to figure out exactly where she was going with people wanting to have the right to be able to accomplish the American dream or something like that. I don't really understand what she means by all this.
Here around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and
having the right to have aspirations and dreams. Is that, am I getting that right, Johnny?
Doesn't matter, Dan. It's just how everybody feels.
That's right. Hey, Dan, she was born a middle-class kid.
Yes.
She sure was.
With a nice lawn.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, the more that I listened to Kamala from last night, the more I realized that I really didn't understand much of anything that she was saying. And I'm noticing a pattern with Kamala Harris as she tries to weave her way through the train of thought, which is clearly off the tracks.
And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been. And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries.
So it's like the Kamala Harris formula for answering questions. Number one is, of course, thank someone for arriving at whatever the event is. And by the way, I do wonder, Johnny, as we're, of course, listening to all of that, I'm wondering if she's... Jay, you've been gone for the last couple of days, but we've been having fun with the Kamala bong.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so, because she does, she sounds stoned.
I know it. So many of the things that she says, I mean, she sounds stoned, drunk, under the influence of something.
Yeah.
She sounds like she is in somebody's, it's like the 70s show.
It's like she's stoned off of her aspirations.
That's exactly right, man. It's just like
Kamala, because
the more you listen to it, the worse it gets.
I just don't feel joy.
No, but I'm digging Ravi Shankar, though.
I am too.
Yeah.
Was that not the most ridiculous introduction you've ever heard?
Oh, it was
from Oprah.
Come
Winfrey.
on, Dan. It's a campaign rally. Come on.
Well, it is, and it's also.
And if it is, so be it. But, call it that.
As the American people are all suffering with, the prices of groceries and all these other things. And, of course, we're in the midst of two wars. I mean, I could go on and on about all the things that are going wrong in this country. But the lack of awareness of an Oprah Winfrey.
A wife and mamala to senator to vice president. Please welcome Kamala Harris.
I can't stand that sing-songy.
Dan.
And she's always done that too.
Has she?
Always.
Always.
Yeah. That's kind of her thing.
Oh, did she do that when Donald Trump was on her show years ago and she said that she wanted to be his running mate?
Probably.
Remember that way back when?
Donald Trump!
We had to start doing that. Yeah. Just to annoy the living crap out of people.
Well, you don't have to do that to annoy people.
No,
I don't. You know what? All I have to do, Jay, to annoy the crap out of people is play that. That's all I got to do is play that over and over again, and people get really upset. I won't overdo it today, folks. It is Friday, 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, things are shaping up nicely thus far, but as you know, it's early. No traffic accidents, no breakdowns, and no backups to report here this morning thus far. I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. Mostly sunny today and a high of 92. Partly cloudy this weekend. Highs both days, 93 degrees. At Super Talk 99.7 WTN, where it is. Johnny, you told me the temperature, but I missed it.
71 degrees, Dan.
71 degrees. So here's the thing, just to have some actual analysis of Kamala Harris, is if you can, listen to that soundbite telling people that they have a right to their right to want to accomplish the American, whatever the hell that was. She says, thanks for being here, which tells you that her mind is in oh crap mode because she's trying to figure out what she's supposed to say. She restates the obvious question that the person just asked, which is, yeah, you know what? Prices are too high. Now, lost in all of this, although lost on Kamala Harris and Oprah Winfrey apparently, but not on us or the American people, is the fact that for the past 3.5 years, they have worked overtime to make our lives more complicated. They've worked overtime to make it harder for us to live our daily lives. They have made it harder to accomplish the American dream because their policies have led to higher prices. 9.3% inflation way back when. Of course, the inflation has gone down now, but the price of goods, they're still expensive. And so for me, as I'm listening to all of this, she repeats the question. She restates the obvious question the person just asked, tries to somehow justify their feelings, then goes on to talking points, which were the same old. And see, it wouldn't be so bad. It wouldn't be so bad for Kamala Harris and for the rest of us if she would come up with something new. But you see, almost every single talking point that she has when it comes to the markets and the economy and our economy are things that she said over and over ad nauseum. Things have been criticized by both sides of the aisle. One of the biggest things that she is out there promoting is going after the price gougers. Well, I mean, both sides of the aisle have said that price gouging, that's not actually happening. And that the profit margin for these grocery stores is really thin. And within capitalism, there is really a built-in mechanism to stop price gouging, and that is called competition. And both the left and the right have said this. Yet she continues to talk about going after the price gougers. She talked about, of course, the child care tax credit, and that's all fine, well, and good. What about giving everybody lower taxes? Instead, as everyone knows, what she wants to do is she wants to raise taxes by eliminating the Trump tax cuts. And that's a problem, obviously, as well. She's going to talk about how, remember, we lowered the price of prescription drugs. Okay, but when the cost of everything else is so expensive, then sorry, but overall, you guys are still way in the deficit when it comes to the American people having to pay a lot more for gas and groceries and the rest of it over the last 3.5 years. Donald Trump still has scoreboard on all of this. And of course, she talks about the opportunity economy. And one of the things that's going around, I don't know if you've seen it this morning, but I'll fire up my X feed and I'll tweet this out, where the couple is on a video and the look on Kamala Harris's face when she is being asked a question about her economy, because she owns the economy. She owns, the prices that we're paying at the grocery store. She owns it because she's talking about how she stands with Joe Biden on all of these things. But the look on her face is one of, oh, crap. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, oh, crap. They're asking me about the economy. They're asking me about what I'm going to do to lower the prices. And it doesn't seem to me like she has much of an idea as to what she wants to do to help the American people. It just doesn't. Now, it is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News for Friday. 615-737-9986. Going to open up the super text line real quick. Find out what you folks have to say as well. Busy day on Nashville's Morning News. 5:21 now, and Jay Harper is in for Joan Jones. Jay, what's coming up?
Yes, sir, Dan. Early voting begins today in several states. Also, a Nashville teen arrested for making threats to a Memphis school. And an alarming privacy report about social media. We'll have all that for you at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
I'm going to give it away. We're going to do TikTok today.
Oh, TikTok or talk?
Talk.
Okay.
TALK.
Spring is here. Today we're going to talk about ticks. Bugs are coming out. Unfortunately, ticks are coming out. People are going to be out in the woods. First, the types of ticks.
American dog tick, the black-legged deer tick, the Lone Star tick. We've got a Gulf Coast tick. Got a new one coming in, the longhorn tick. These are the ones we need to watch out for. 75% of vector transmitted diseases now are from ticks. Rocky Mountain spotted fever, rickelosis, tularemia, Lyme disease, almost flu-like. You're going to run a fever. You may or may not get a rash in the saliva. They secrete the cement to glue themselves in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great.
So you need to get some tweezers, get down on that capitulum and grab it and pull the tick off. Do not grab the body. A lot of people think ticks drop out of trees. They don't drop out of trees. And they can't jump. And they can't fly.
So they're in the leaves, on the plants and things.
On the grass.
On the
leaves of the grass. And they do this number with their front legs. And that's called questing. They are sensing a prey item coming by. They'll take those legs and latch on and then crawl up.
And then there you go. You're battling it.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
I'm sorry, is this me?
That's you, man.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in the Kamala mode.
We're in Kamala mode. You know what? Be honest with you, it's a Friday. I feel like I'd kind of like to be in Kamala mode. Jay, how about you? I'm sure that, Johnny and Jay, if we just had an intern, we could send them down to like Broadway and we could probably get into Kamala mode pretty quickly.
I bet we could.
Yeah.
But we're not going to do that today.
No, I'm guessing it has something to do with that bong you were referencing earlier.
Sure. Although somebody said my bong sounds like somebody sipping Kool-Aid, which would also be a good reference to Kamala Harris, Oprah Winfrey, and the Democrats.
Yeah, the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Sound like that whole audience had the Kool-Aid.
A lot of... You know what? They were hoping for a car. You get a car, you get a car.
Everybody gets a car.
Yeah, but it would be an electric car. Nobody wants the damn things.
Yeah, and it wouldn't start.
Yeah.
Or it'd be like a Pinto from 1974.
Yeah.
There's that too. Anyway, so there you go. It is 5:28 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So coming up during the gang of, and it's doggone it, it's the Three Amigos now. Chris Webber called me out yesterday on the afternoon show. You guys hear that?
No, I did not.
Jay, did you hear that?
No, afraid I didn't.
Yeah. So I mean, he's actually right.
Yeah.
Chris is a great guy. He was laughing because Hand was filling in for Brian Wilson, and Chris says something to the effect of, Dan never really could get the title right, which is not entirely fair because every time I finally get the name of the segment correct, we have to change it.
That's right.
But I had the Gang of Three Amigos for a long time, about 3 years, and now with Joan, it's just she's an amiga, and so now we're going back to the original Gang of Three. But like many older people, I have trouble with change. And so I'm working on that.
A lot of women liked my Joan and the Gents.
Joan and the Gents?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's one problem with that, Johnny. That would give the implication that we're gentlemen. And I think we all know. Anyway.
Yeah. Joan and the Jerks, perhaps.
There you go.
That might be more apropos.
Yes, I dare say.
Of course, I don't feel that way, but just, kind of putting that out there.
Really, Jay? Because last time you were on this show, you kind of took me out on something.
I knew you were going to bring that up.
And you were, I'm just going to tell you, were absolutely wrong on that. You were absolutely... I carried that with me for 24 hours, Jay.
Gosh, well, but you seemed happy when you saw me come in this morning.
I went, because I wasn't sure anybody was going to show up to do our news.
And we'd be stuck with the network.
No, we wouldn't have. Johnny and I had a contingency plan. Anyway, we got to go.
Okay.
5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Johnny, I'll do USS when we go into the 50 break. Got to hit the news on Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning. It is 5:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got a clear sky. We're at 70 degrees. We will get you that weekend forecast and traffic here in just a bit. Well, early in-person voting begins today in Virginia and some other states. ABC's Brittany Shepard, she's in Washington, and she tells us why it's so significant in what is shaping up to be a very close election.
How voters in the state act, especially in the suburbs, may be predictive about how that group might act across several battlegrounds. Suburban women were a major factor in President Donald Trump's 2020 loss, and Vice President Kamala Harris will need them to get an edge over Trump. And a recent Washington Post poll shows Harris with an 18-point advantage among women voters in Virginia. Brittany Shepard, ABC News, Washington.
A felony warrant has been obtained against a Nashville 15-year-old in connection to threats made yesterday against Southwind High School in Memphis. Sheriff Floyd Bonner there said that the teen, who lives in Nashville, was taken into custody, and detectives are traveling to Memphis to transfer him to juvenile custody here. He reportedly made several threatening phone calls to the school and posted threats on social media about shooting up the school. It's not clear what connection, if any, the 15-year-old suspect from Nashville has to that Memphis school. And a new report with some alarming findings on social media and your privacy.
Self-regulation has been a failure. That's one of the main findings in a 129-page report by the Federal Trade Commission. It accuses social media companies like Meta, YouTube, and TikTok of a vast surveillance of their users, including children, while failing to protect their privacy and personal information. Chair Lena Khan says the companies collect enormous amounts of personal data and make billions of dollars off it every year. The FTC says it's time for Congress to pass legislation to protect privacy and young users online.
Market numbers. The report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures are mixed here this morning. The Dow up 22. However, the S&P 500 down 11 3/4, and the Nasdaq futures down 72 1/2. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Well, we knew it was too good to be true. We have picked up our first crash of the morning. It's up in Hendersonville on Vietnam vets headed into town just before New Shackle Island, backed up all the way to Indian Lake Boulevard. So be prepared for that. Otherwise, looking good this morning. I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to the Gang of Three. Brought to you by My Patriot Supply, preparewithmandis.com. Johnny B's here. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Dan.
Jay Harper's in for Joan. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning, Dan.
And I'm Dan. How are you? I'm gonna be honest with you folks, man. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep. I went to the National Association of Broadcasters Radio Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Super, Dan. Back to you.
You know what I've noticed?
What's that?
For a bunch of people that have been told for years that, the concept of word economy, which is you just you say a lot in few words.
Concise.
These folks, I love them all. They have incredible careers. Good Lord. It was like, you have 5 minutes for your acceptance speech. 5 minutes.
Yep. Turned into 20, didn't it?
The only person that, you're going to be shocked by this, you talk radio folks, the only person that actually was able to hit the 5-minute limit was Phil Hendry.
Really?
Yep. Phil Hendry was there. He got inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame, the National Radio Hall of Fame. And he went up there and he did a couple of voices, a couple of Phil Hendry type things.
Yeah.
But he kept it under 5 minutes. But everybody else, man, like radio people, there's just something about radio people. They like the sound of their own voice.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, there's truth to that.
And so, which I think makes me rather unique because I clearly don't like the sound of my own voice. And I try to speak as concisely as possible so that I epically fail every single day, but I really do try. But there are people that go on for like 15 minutes with their speeches.
Oh, yeah.
And people just kind of start looking at each other. Like, did they, kind of looking at your watch and so forth?
Exactly.
Well, so I didn't make it all the way through. Well, I tried, man.
It's like the Tennessee Radio Hall of Fame. They the very first one they had, we attended. And it wasn't so much the broadcasters that did this, but it was the families of the broadcasters, the ones that had passed on.
Yeah.
They went on forever.
Well, it's their big moment.
Yes.
And I will never be, I can guarantee you, I will never be in the Radio Hall of Fame, Tennessee, National, or otherwise.
Me either.
But I guarantee you, if I do, my acceptance speech will probably be less than a minute. There's just, you thank people and then you move on because people are there for the veal. That's all I'm saying.
I told my wife, I said, if the most bizarre things happens and I ever get into anything like that, I'm sending my son to accept.
Are you?
Yeah. Put him up there. He's funny.
Well, but it was a great time. And about 3 drinks in, I was having an even greater time.
Yeah. And it helps. Yeah.
It did help. And you know what? After I began to realize that this whole event really was designed to make me feel inferior to all of these other people, and it worked like a charm. They had one woman there that has been on the air for 73 years.
Mercy.
Wow. 73 years this woman has been on the air. And she was awesome. Is it Crook and Chase?
Yes.
Yeah.
Crook and Chase, they were there.
Oh,
yeah. Lori Ann Crook and Charlie.
I love Charlie.
Yeah. And they're in the National Radio Hall of Fame now.
Yeah, and
very good.
Deservedly so.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, they had a little air check montage thing that they played. That was just incredible. So congratulations to everybody. And yes, indeed, it was a great time. 8064 wants us to call the Gang of 3, Joan and the Geriatrics.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Another one said, a morning without hearing Dan Mandis' voice is like a morning without coffee.
Or that would be
sweet.
That is sweet. That'd be a morning without Space Cowboy coffee.
Yes, Johnny, it would. SpaceCowboyCoffee.com,
yes,
as a matter
indeed.
of fact, is where you can buy that stuff. Anyway, all right, who's got some content for this?
Well, Dan, you and I have been down the matrimonial road, me more than you, but you are trying to catch up. I hope you stay right where you're at.
What a terrible thing to say. Do you know how long I would have to live and how much money I would have to lose to catch up to you? I'm just kidding, John.
I understand the money losing.
Yeah. So there's a Hall of Fame you don't want to be in.
No, here's the funny thing.
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you, Johnny? I think I could do this. After the demise of my first marriage, I remember telling you specifically,
yes,
Johnny, if I ever say that I'm going to do this again, You and I, we're going to go down to the parking lot and you're going to drive my car over my head. I remember saying that. And then it was only, what, like a year after my divorce was final? I come to you with my keys in my hand and I said, John, you want to go down to the parking lot? Oh, my goodness. Is that the thing? Can I ask a question? Sure. Super text, and we'll get to your thing. But I wonder, and the super texters can play here. So after you get divorced, do you always say never again? And do you always do it again? Has there been anyone who has ever said, I'm never doing this again, and they actually never did it again?
My sister.
Your sister?
Yeah, I have a sister that got married one time. And boy, she married a real winner. But
was he in radio?
He was actually in TV.
Oh, okay. That's even
he worked
worse.
at television. Yeah. But anyway, she said she'd never marry again, and she did not.
All right. I think it's a man thing.
I think it is, too.
Because, men.
Well, I think we like companionship.
Oh, is that what you call it?
I think so.
All right. I think sometimes men think with the wrong parts of their body.
I think so, too.
And so I do believe. Now, that's not me. I love everything about my wife, but I'm just saying that I think that there are times when men just, they are convinced fairly easily to jump back in the matrimonial sort of life. And then once the honeymoon is over, it doesn't work out. And then they end up without, they end up calling the divorce attorney again.
Yeah. They have them on speed dial, some people. But I think too that our society kind of does that too. Anytime people start dating, right away, people start going, when are y'all going to get married?
Yeah, that's always considered to be the end game.
Yes.
And it's not for everyone.
No, it is not. And this is a really interesting story because this is a social media star. I love that job description. Social media star and model. Her name's Suellen Carey. Mm-hmm. She's from the UK, I dare say. She shared her wedding with her many followers, and it was a unique wedding because she married herself.
She married herself?
Yeah, she calls it sologamy.
What does she call it?
Sologamy. It's like sologamy.
Got it.
Yeah.
That makes as much sense as marrying. You know what's funny? Like, the last person I would ever want to marry is myself.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Because I hear all the time, why did I marry you again? Do the damn dishes. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yes,
like then
I do.
I'd have to tell myself to take out the trash and do the dishes.
But Dan, this has a sad story and a sad ending. She recently divorced herself.
Seriously?
She went for several rounds of couples therapy. And she said even commitment to oneself can have its challenges, such as dealing with the expectation of living perfect for yourself all the time. She said she felt lonely in her self-marriage and her own company was exhausting. I imagine so.
That is so bizarre.
That is very bizarre.
Your own company is exhausting.
Yes. She couldn't handle it. So she divorced herself.
I'm the only person that I really, truly get along with because I can ignore myself.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do know what you mean.
It's like I will sit there and people make fun of me. I go to Starbucks every day all by myself. When I was single, I went to places all by myself.
Oh, I did too.
Yeah. And
well, I grew up an only child, so I'm used to being by myself. I enjoy my own company. Thank you.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I know. I
just kidding, Jay.
No, I lobbed that one at you, man.
Yes.
Sometimes it's just, that is revenge for what you did to me the last time you were on this show. For people that don't know, Jay, I don't even know I don't know what we were talking about, but Jay he goes for, remember I said to you, Johnny, off the air, I said, Jesus, Jay just went for the jugular.
It was like, several wham, wham, wham.
Yeah, well, Jay is ever since Jay literally said, it's seared into my brain. Ever since they took the PD thing away from you, you've been glum, Dan. You've been glum.
No, I said you were dour.
Dour's the word.
Yeah. Yeah. No, see, I get the pleasure of joining you guys early in the morning so rarely.
Yeah.
And so it just kind of all comes out, Dan.
Boy, you're
my you're my release. You're my safety valve kind of thing.
Find another
pressure
release.
valve release.
I think I'd rather. I think I'd rather be dour than your release. Just so we're clear.
I know. Well, I know you're thinking right now. You want me to marry myself so I can go. I can do something to myself, but that's perfectly understandable.
For people that missed that, Jay just accused me of wanting to tell him to go blank himself.
Yes, he did. In a very nice way, actually.
And it was so funny because, everybody knows how I am, right? So I asked Johnny, have I been dour? Then I go home to my wife and I said, have I been dour? And everybody said no. What Jay misses is that I'm so tired.
Believe
in the
me,
morning.
I understand that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Anybody that's worked morning radio gets that. Believe me.
Oh my goodness, yes, absolutely. So, anyway, but it's all in good fun.
Absolutely,
yes.
And I would never, Jay. Just so we're clear, I would never tell you, Jay, to go F yourself on the air.
On the air, yeah.
Maybe from the hot tub with a glass of Dangria, going, "Am I really dour?"
Have you guys heard of the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson?
Oh, North Carolina.
North Carolina, what's happened to him? So he's running for governor. And apparently they have now found that he was commenting on some sort of a pornographic website. And some of these comments were inappropriate. Comments from the account that has been linked to Robinson in several ways said slavery is not bad. I would certainly buy a few. Further comments such as, I like watching tranny on girl porn, and I'm a perv too, were also found in the CNN investigation, linking the comments to the gubernatorial candidate, which is too bad. I like Robinson. Like, I've played some of his audio, and it's really good.
Yeah.
He's seems like a really good conservative, and he's got good conservative values and so forth. But he said a few things, and those are the ones I can actually say on the air. Yeah. He referred to himself as he referred to himself as a black Nazi.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this guy. So now there's even Republicans that are saying, dude, you might want to step down. We all have freedom of speech and we all have the freedom to say and do what we want. He's also got a personal email address registered to Ashley Madison.
Ooh.
An online platform for married people seeking affairs. So there you go. Yikes. I don't know. You think he ought to step down?
If he's the one that did it, I hope. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Somebody could have got a hold of his.
It is really easy these days.
Yes.
I mean, look at what people can do with voices.
Exactly.
The thing we played yesterday, I think every show played it. The Gavin Newsom AI thing from yesterday that everybody played. That thing is incredible, and it sounds exactly like him. So now you've got people that can hack into your phone. You've got people that can hack into your computers, and they can plant all kinds of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? It takes one pissed off IT person to be able to do it.
Or even a pissed off kid if he has a kid in his family that doesn't like his politics or doesn't like what he's trying to do. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what's happened. If he truly did go on these sites and he is actually then he needs to step down.
Well, it shows a lack in judgment.
Yes.
I mean, if you are somebody who is a politician and, the Democrats, of course, I mean, they'd put him up as a hero. But for the conservatives, it's like, okay, we don't really like that kind of behavior. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I don't know. Maybe he'll step down. Maybe he won't. I don't know. But
do we know when these alleged comments were made? I mean, was it years ago or recent?
I don't know, is Ashley Madison still a thing?
Oh,
I don't even know if
it's still
a thing.
I mean, they, with that leak they had a number of years ago, put a damper on them. But I read recently that they've got more members now than they ever have.
You know what? You know why? Because a lot of people found out about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, honey, what is this Ashley Madison thing everybody's talking about? So anyway, whatever. I don't know when all these comments were made. I don't see that in the couple of stories that I have.
I don't know if that's really relevant, but I mean, if he said something, when he was
I actually think it is relevant.
Well, I mean, if he said something when he was a kid, kind of stupid stuff that we all kind of maybe do or say.
Yep. Yeah. Or even in your 20s.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, people often say things. Now, here's the thing. What I don't know, and maybe I'll do more research for the 835, were these did he have like a pseudonym? I can't, because remember, who was it? Johnny, help me. Who was it here in the state legislature?
Randy McNally.
Randy McNally, he was letting it all fly.
Oh, he was.
On these various social media pages. And he wasn't even hiding his identity. No. I'm wondering if this Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson out of North Carolina, did he have a pseudonym? Like a fake name.
Right.
Kind of thing. I don't know. But it just doesn't sound like things are going his way. I guess
it's not sunshine and rainbows, that's for sure.
No. Anyway, Jay Harper, what's coming up?
Yeah, Dan, cease and desist letters being sent in the case of a missing Tennessee teen. We've got new details in that shocking murder of a Kentucky judge. And a former GOP presidential candidate visits Springfield, Ohio. We'll have those stories at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. Dan Mandis here, USS, United Structural Systems. All this rain that we're going to get and could get in the next couple of weeks, you might end up with water in your crawl space or your basement. Now, that moisture could be an indication that you have waterproofing issues, and it also means that you need to call my friends at USS United Structural Systems. Now, it could be a little problem about to get bigger, or it could be nothing at all. It could be something serious. Bottom line is you've got to call the experts in waterproofing, USS United Structural Systems. Because, listen, they are the absolute experts in waterproofing. I've had them out to my house several times. They come to your house as problem solvers, and their ultimate goal is to give you the peace of mind you need by making sure that you understand exactly what is going on. So, if you need waterproofing, the only company you need to call is USS United Structural Systems. This is the company that I proudly endorse. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. Online at USSTN.com.
Good morning. It is 1 minute past 6 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Clear and a cool 69 degrees. A complete weekend forecast and a traffic report are coming up in a few minutes. Here in Middle Tennessee, News 2 reporting that cease and desist letters have been sent out to social media users that have been threatening and harassing individuals looking for missing Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers. Dog the Bounty Hunter, as well as Seth Rogers, that's Sebastian's biological father, said they've been experiencing online harassment and have seen threats increase recently. Dwayne Chapman, better known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, joined the search this month and raised the reward for information leading to an arrest or finding Sebastian to $100,000.
This is not the first rodeo for me finding a missing child.
Dog says, though, that in less than a month of joining the search, he has received all kinds of countless threats, and so has the family.
It's really bad. I mean, they have threatened, Seth's family.
According to the law offices of Joseph Lesniak, who is representing Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth Rogers, and other individuals, some instances of interference and threats have included encouraging false allegations, flooding false leads, as well as undermining reward credibility, interference with search operations, as well as slander and harassment. New details now on the suspect accused of killing a Kentucky judge in his chambers yesterday, about 50 miles southeast of Lexington. The suspect is the head of a county law enforcement agency. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Ally.
The shots rang out just before 3 p.m.
Letcher County Courthouse, that shot's fired.
Police say the sheriff of rural Letcher County, Kentucky, shot District Judge Kevin Mullins after an argument inside the county courthouse. Attempts to save the 54-year-old judge were unsuccessful. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say the 43-year-old sheriff, Sean Steins, was taken into custody without incident.
This community is small in nature, and we're all shook.
It's the third high-profile murder of a judge in the last 2 years.
More reaction to claims about Haitian immigrants in Ohio Thursday night. Former GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy holding what was reportedly an invitation-only town hall event in Springfield.
After meeting with a bunch of them today, I don't even blame the 12 to 20,000, most of them certainly, I don't blame most of them, the Haitian migrants who were brought here by unconscionable means. I blame the federal policies.
The market numbers report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online at beaconcm.com. The Dow futures before the opening bell, they're up 16. S&P 500, they're down, 16 3/4. The NASDAQ futures also down 101 3/4. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Up in Hendersonville, that wreck on Vietnam vets westbound before New Shackle Island still there and causing quite the backup, actually about a 2-mile backup looking at the cameras. And if you're headed to the Nashville airport and you're on I-40 eastbound trying to get to that off-ramp there at exit 216A, we've got delays backing vehicles up onto the interstate, so be careful there. I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. So much going on. Mostly sunny today, a high of 92, heading into a really hot weekend. I cannot wait. I'm getting all the details. Did you see what Nancy Mace did? You know who Nancy Mace is, right? She absolutely calls out a CNN commentator for hitting on her via text message after the guy told her that she was a racist. It is great audio. I cannot wait to play it for you. And coming up here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, throughout the radio program today, we'll be playing audio of Kamala Harris and her appearance with Oprah Winfrey yesterday. CNN is all about this thing. I mean, they have been almost wall to wall on Kamala and Oprah from last night's whatever this was. I mean, it was like it was, what did you call it, Jay? It was like a campaign event is what it was.
Yeah, it's a campaign rally.
It was a campaign rally, and it was like masquerading as some sort of a news show or something. And somebody on the super text line said, you know what really ought to happen is Donald Trump really should ask for equal time, because that is what it looked like, was a campaign event disguised as a news event. So we'll be playing audio throughout the day from that. I will tell you that if you've been searching for answers as to what Kamala Harris really stands for or anything new, there really wasn't a lot new, but we'll continue to cover that for you here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a number of things going on. Yesterday, there was a big story, and it broke in the midday where Matt Gaetz, of course, the Florida congressman, made these stunning comments about how there's not one, not two, but 5 assassination teams that are in the U.S. right now targeting Donald Trump.
And I'll break a little news for you. I had a senior official from the Department of Homeland Security in my office before the second assassination attempt saying that what he has assessed is that there are 5 known assassination teams in the United States, 3 inspired by other governments, 2 that are here that are known domestic assassination teams. And with that, this individual was coming to me concerned that the force protection around President Trump, even prior to that second assassination attempt, was not sufficient for what it needed to be. And the coordination at that level, at the dignitary protection level, is like the bare minimum that we have to do to keep our presidents, our presidential candidates safe while they're on the trail.
I mean, this is something that is not necessarily surprising. We do know that Iran constantly is going after Donald Trump. And it's not really shocking, because these foreign nations, they do want to kill Donald Trump, whether we are talking about Iran, could be, who knows if it's Russia, who knows if it's China, who knows. But what we do know is that our wide open border has allowed all of these kinds of nefarious people to come into our country. And so whether it's assassination teams trying to take out the former president, or if it's people from Venezuela or some of these other, godforsaken countries, craphole countries, as Donald Trump called them. You could talk about Venezuela. You could talk about Honduras. I mean, you name the foreign country. We know that they've come into our country, and we also know that the American people, by and large, have been suffering. So whether it is an assassination squad going after the former president or someone killed in a car crash, an 11-year-old killed in a car crash in Springfield, Ohio, there have been ramifications to the open border. Anyway, here's more from Matt Gaetz.
So there are 5, I just want to follow up, 5 assassination teams. Are they all targeting Trump? Is it other officials?
Yes. No, wow. I should have been clear about that. 5 teams that we know are targeting Trump. And so that raises real questions about why certain teams were being pulled off of the Trump detail and put on, for example, the Jill Biden detail. Now, we don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden, but at the same time, the threat envelope for her was substantially different than the threat envelope around President Trump, and it would not have necessitated pulling assets away from the Trump detail for the Jill Biden detail or the John Bolton detail or any other details that were beefed up. At the same time, the requests from the Trump detail and from the Trump campaign for more security were going unanswered.
So 3 from foreign countries, 2 domestic, and I'm sitting here wondering, okay, so how would these would-be assassins make their way into our country? Open border, perhaps. Obviously, I have no idea. There wasn't a lot of detail that Matt Gaetz gave. But right now, you have the worst of several situations. You have the story of Matt Gaetz, 5 assassination squads going after Donald Trump, 3 foreign and 2 domestic. You have the White House stoking hatred and fear against Donald Trump, a lot of fear-mongering and sort of driving the American people to try and fear and hate Donald Trump. This is a reminder of Cringe Jean-Pierre. She was in, really fine form earlier this week.
The threat of the former president represents to our democracy. Just think about January 6th. You had more than 2,000 people who were told to go to the Capitol. It was one of the darkest days of our democracy. One of the darkest days. And they were there because the former president told them to go there. That is why the president decided to come back. He believed that it is important to save the soul of America, of our nation, and he believed it was important that we continue to fight for our democracy, fight for our freedom. That's what you see from this administration.
I mean, just a bunch of horse crap coming from Cringe Jean-Pierre. I mean, I know that you've heard that audio bite a number of different times now, and so perhaps you are becoming desensitized to the utter BS, the utter lies that are contained in that 28-second soundbite. And it's not unique. You hear this stuff all the time, not only from Cringe Jean-Pierre, but also from the media, from the candidates themselves. You heard me play the audio of Tim Walz and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris all saying that Donald Trump is this threat to democracy. And so you have the worst of all of these things going on. A politicized White House, a White House that is saying the most gosh-awful things about Donald Trump. You have the media that is basically saying the same things and amplifying what these politicians on the left are saying. And then you have what Josh Hawley said the other day.
Well, what we've heard, Jesse, from new whistleblowers who've come forward about this second assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. And here's what they have told us. That golf course that the president was playing, Secret Service have guarded that course many, many times. And what the whistleblower says is protocol calls for Secret Service to station agents along the places in the course that are known vulnerabilities. I want to emphasize the service has guarded this course many times. They know where there are vulnerabilities. They normally station agents there ahead of Trump's appearance on the course, but they apparently did not do that this last weekend. And the whistleblowers tell me that's strange. That's out of protocol. It's not even clear Secret Service swept the perimeter before Trump took to the course. Also a breach of protocol. And they want to know why, and so do I. I think the Secret Service deserves to give us answers.
That was one of the big stories this week, and it seems like every few days we get another whistleblower story from Josh Hawley about just how bad the Secret Service is. And either they're really bad, they're really corrupt, they're really incompetent. It perhaps is all of these things. But the bottom line is, now more than ever, we need Donald Trump to be safe. And by the way, I would also be saying the same thing if it was Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Tim Walz. We don't want anyone to be injured or killed in this presidential election. Do I really have to say that? I do wonder if the Democrats really mean it when they say it. 6:15, Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. Mostly sunny today, a high of 92. Partly cloudy this weekend, high on both days of 93 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I can't believe that there's still people that are hand-wringing over Israel using the pagers to blow up the Hezbollah terrorists. I can't believe that there's still people that are hand-wringing over this, but there are. And for me, you know, I'm watching CNN and I've been listening to people talk about the Geneva Convention and all of these other things. And I will just tell you that for the people that have tried to convince me that Israel was wrong to use, as AOC said, everyday objects to kill the Hezbollah terrorists, which is what she said. Basically, AOC said, well, we shouldn't be using everyday objects to kill people. Well, number one, and the red-eye guys brought up a great point, really, because, I mean, you could talk about airplanes, right? Because the terrorists use airplanes to kill people. And so when you look at the one-sided nature of these hand-wringers saying that Israel was wrong to do what they had to do, basically, at least to me, it shows an anti-Israel hatred. To me, that is what it boils down to, is anti-Semitism. Because the same people that are all about, you know, ceasefire now, and from the all of the things that they have said that are anti-Israel over the past, especially since the terrorist attack, this is very consistent. This is very consistent with what I would say is an anti-Israel sentiment among the Democrats and the media. Israel has to do what it has to do. So bizarrely enough, and maybe I'll get into it a little more closely later on in the show, but you do have many people on the left that are still criticizing Israel for doing what they had to do. 6:19 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I love this audio from Benny Johnson. He is a content creator, and he went to a college campus to find out who they're voting for. Now, I will tell you that Benny there, he is a conservative. And so he went out and he found out on this college campus that there's a whole lot of young guys who are voting for
Trump or Kamala. What do you think? F***ing Trump. Trump 2024. Trump. If he ain't dead, I'm voting red.
I'm voting Trump.
Two-time assassination attempt survivor.
I know, it's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie.
Bulletproof.
Hella aura right there.
That's a hella
so
aura.
much aura. So much aura.
Trump. Who are you going with? Trump.
Trump.
Probably Trump.
Trump, of course.
Yeah, 2024.
There's a lot of women here, too, saying that they support Donald Trump.
Oh, Trump. Trump 24. At this point, I got Kanye. Kanye wore a MAGA hat at the White House, so it's respectable. Trump or Kamala, what are we thinking, man? Trump, man. Trump, yes.
All the way. You know who I got. Trump, let's go.
That's right, Trump.
All the way.
I mean, it goes on and on and on. Now, it was kind of funny, though, because they did find one woman. And I know how these things are. There's probably more than that, but they're trying to set a narrative with the videos. They say they found one woman who said that she supports Kamala. Listen.
Trump or Kamala?
Kamala, because I want to get an abortion if I need to get an abortion.
Bye. Go home to mommy. Go home to mommy.
Anyway, you can see that on my social media pages, my X feed. You can follow me at Dan Mandis Show. Have a lot more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, including more audio from Kamala Harris. You might want to get the bong out again because she was in rare form last night. She really was. I'm listening to a lot of this audio for the first time this morning because I was out last night at that Hall of Fame, Radio Hall of Fame thing. And I got to tell you, the more that I listen to this audio, the more it just, she does sound like she was just sort of back in that sort of very slow, stoned way of speaking. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. For Friday, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper is in for Joan Jones. And Jay, what's coming up at 6:30?
Yes, Dan, another shocking murder of a judge. The third time in 2 years, and this time in Kentucky. And a Nashville teen has been arrested for making threats to a school in Memphis. We'll have those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. At 6:23, when I tell you about my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, fall is officially here. The pumpkin spice takeover has begun, and Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has some great offers just for you. They are your Rude Pro partners, and man, do they have some great deals for you. How about a free Wi-Fi thermostat on qualifying new HVAC systems? You can control your HVAC system from anywhere. Maybe you want a free whole home air filtration system with the purchase of 2 or more qualifying HVAC systems. Busy Bee, they are celebrating fall, and I'm right there with them. This is my HVAC and plumbing company, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Remember, when you become a Beehive member, like I have been for the last 10 years, it is the best way to keep your systems in tip-top shape all year long for satisfaction guaranteed. Call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. You can always find them online. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
I'm going to give it away. We're going to do TikTok today.
Oh, TikTok or talk?
Talk.
Okay.
TALK.
Spring is here. Today we're going to talk about ticks. Bugs are coming out. Unfortunately, ticks are coming out. People are going to be out in the woods. First, the types of ticks.
American dog tick, the black-legged deer tick, the Lone Star tick. We've got a Gulf Coast tick. Got a new one coming in, the Longhorn tick. These are the ones we need to watch out for. 75% of vector transmitted diseases now are from ticks. Rocky Mountain spotted fever, rickelosis, tularemia, Lyme disease, almost flu-like. You're going to run a fever. You may or may not get a rash in the saliva. They secrete the cement to glue themselves in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great.
So you need to get some tweezers, get down on that capitulum and grab it and pull the tick off. Do not grab the body. A lot of people think ticks drop out of trees. They don't drop out of trees. And they can't jump. And they can't fly.
So they're in the leaves, on the plants and things.
On the grass. On the leaves of the grass. And they do this number with their front legs. And that's called questing. They are sensing a prey item coming by. They'll take those legs and latch on and then crawl up.
And then there you go. You're battling it.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, coming up, Nancy Mace totally takes out a Vanderbilt professor that she had a big fight with on CNN. I love this story. That is coming up on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, along with news with Jay Harper in for Joe Jones. Joan Jones, you know, I am in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard, and Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you if you've been thinking about doing the same. Now, think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com. Now, you can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home. So if you're not quite sure what you need, but you know that you need to do something, get a free design consultation from my friends at Moon Valley Nurseries. Now, you can prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything. Again, big or small. Now, I love what they say. We create the yard, you create the memories. They can help you do just that. Find them online. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. MoonValleyNurseries.com. That's MoonValleyNurseries.com.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get your weekend forecast and another traffic report to you here momentarily. Well, sadly, it's the third high-profile murder of a judge in the last 2 years. A Kentucky judge fatally shot in his chambers yesterday, about 50 miles southeast of Lexington, Kentucky. The suspect is the head of a law enforcement agency in the county. Here's ABC's Faith Abube. She has more details.
43-year-old Sheriff Sean Steins taken into custody at the scene, charged with one count of first-degree murder. Investigators haven't released a motive. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear tweeting, "There's far too much violence in this world, and I pray there's a path to a better tomorrow." It's the most recent example of attacks on judges. Back in January, a defendant leapt over the bench and assaulted a Las Vegas judge. The man pleading guilty to 9 charges, including battery and attempted murder.
Back here in Tennessee, a felony warrant has been obtained against a Nashville 15-year-old in connection to threats made Wednesday against Southwind High School in Memphis. That's according to the sheriff there, Floyd Bonner. The teen, who lives here in Nashville, he was taken into custody, and detectives are traveling to Memphis to get him back here. He reportedly made several threatening phone calls to the school Wednesday morning and posted threats on social media to shoot up the school. It's not clear what connection, if any, the 15-year-old suspect from Nashville has to that Memphis school. And your market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. Here is Jim Ryan with the latest money news.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. It took investors a day to react to the Fed's 0.5% interest rate cut, but boy, did they react. The Dow Jones rose 522 points yesterday to close above 42,000 for the first time ever. The S&P added 1.7% for a new record of its own, while the Nasdaq Composite soared 2.5%. Shares in Mercedes-Benz plunged 8% overnight after the German carmaker became the latest to cut its guidance for the remainder of this year. Industry watchers say sluggish demand in China and trade disputes are weighing on the auto sector overall. Sales of previously owned homes fell in August 2.5% from the previous month to about 3.8 million. The National Association of Realtors says many would-be home buyers are waiting for mortgage rates to fall before jumping in. And after warnings of falling sales at Nike, CEO John Donahoe is leaving. Company veteran Elliott Hill is coming out of retirement to take the helm of the athletic apparel giant.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 6:33. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, King & Associates, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they do pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that does make King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them at 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review at tkinginsurance.com.
Well, that wreck that we had in Hendersonville up on Vietnam Vets there near Indian Lake Boulevard, that has been cleared, but still the residual effects are there. We have a crash, 8th Avenue South at Wedgwood Avenue, and still the eastbound off-ramp to the airport there on I-40, exit 216A. Expect some delays getting into BNA. I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. I'm with Jay Harper in for Joan. Joan's going to be out a couple of days because, you know, she broke the hand and all that. So she's having some surgery and so forth. So she'll be back hopefully by mid next week. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Jay Harper filling in today. Johnny B here as well. My name's Dan Mandis, and as far as your weather, mostly sunny. High of 92 today. Partly cloudy this weekend. High both days of 93. Did you folks hear the Nancy Mace kerfuffle? So apparently she was doing some sort of an appearance on CNN, and she got into this blistering fight, and it's actually kind of funny, with this guy named Michael Dyson. Now, apparently he is a CNN commentator and he is also an author. And they're talking about Nancy Mace and the fact that apparently, and I haven't seen this, but apparently she refuses to say Kamala Harris's name correctly. And this is how it sounded.
That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
So now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said you weren't a
BS.
racist.
That is complete.
No, you don't
BS.
have to intend racism to accomplish
You are
it.
intending that
Your
I'm
disrespect
racist,
of Kamala
and
Harris
that is
part and parcel of a tradition of disrespect.
Why can't you just,
Congresswoman? Why can't you just?
I'm not calling you a racist. I'm telling you what the practice is racist.
You are. You absolutely are.
Let me get No, what's disgusting is your disrespect of her.
Professor.
This gentleman said, I didn't know her name. He's trying to do it.
Is her disrespect of women. She doesn't know what a woman is. And if 25 years ago,
white women don't have the ability to tell black women who paid the price of blood to make this country what it is, to tell them they're not real women.
25 years ago,
they care for your babies.
25 years ago, I became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the military.
And so that's how it went. And Nancy Mace, by the way, is an absolute rock star. I love Nancy Mace. So they end up, the whole thing ends, and again, you heard the exchange on the air, and again, that is Nancy Mace and this guy Dyson, who apparently, Johnny, correct me if I'm wrong, he's a professor at Vanderbilt.
Yes, he is, and it's the same part of Vanderbilt that Justin Jones, the divinity part of it, and he's also a Baptist minister.
Really?
And a radio host.
A radio host?
Yes, he's also hosts a radio show.
Did they say where?
I'm trying to figure that out. But he's been married, I guess he's on his third marriage now.
Michael Eric Dyson.
Yeah.
So you heard how that exchange on the air went. Apparently, he sends her, after that exchange, a text message. And Nancy Mace, yesterday, she wanted to get those text messages, I guess, submitted into the official congressional record.
Record, a screenshot of I would like to also enter into the record a screenshot of a text message I received from the esteemed professor from Vanderbilt, Michael Eric Dyson, after my CNN interview, begged me for photos. In this text, he says, after calling me a racist on CNN, shh, don't tell anybody, we look good together, and sent me a kissy emoji.
Without
objection.
objection.
The guy says I'm gorgeous in all these photos. I don't think he's that bent out of shape on how anyone pronounces Kamala. And if we're going to have that standard, you got to hold it to both sides, not just one or the other.
So there you go. Nancy Mace. By the way, she tweeted out, I guess, a screenshot of these text messages. So he did. He says, shh, don't tell anybody. We look good together. And there is a kissy face emoji and a laughing emoji as well. She responds with, because I think she's being polite, ha ha. And then he comes back with, well, your gorgeousness makes the photos. So there's that.
Wow.
Not very Baptist ministry of him. You said he's a Baptist minister? Something like that?
Yes, he's a Baptist minister. Also has appeared on NPR a lot.
There's a shocker for you.
There was a big shocker right there.
Well, the funny thing is, they're arguing over this. And, here's the thing is anybody, and I don't know how Nancy Mace was pronouncing Kamala Harris's name. Quite frankly, I don't care. Because when you look at the overall impact of Kamala Harris on the American people, how the name is pronounced, you hear the passion in that CNN segment where you've got like 5 or 6 different people and they're screaming about, oh my gosh, you're pronouncing Kamala Harris's name wrong. Okay, whatever. Would you like to talk about what she's done for or to the economy and the American people? And by the way, so I'm going to just be honest with you folks. There's all kinds of great audio out there of Kamala Harris. I'm going to play some, but there's all kinds of great audio out there of Kamala Harris on this big thing she did with Oprah Winfrey last night. The reason I'm having a hard time with it is just because it's too easy. Does that make sense to you folks? Like, I could spend my entire day pointing out the absolute ridiculous comments of Kamala Harris. It just feels too easy. She makes it so easy. Like this one.
It's very important that we all speak to our friends and our neighbors about misinformation and help them now see how it occurs, where it is occurring.
So Kamala Harris, just like Karine Jean-Pierre, I guess, is that their new thing now? Where we need to go out and we need to speak to our friends and neighbors about misinformation? Oh my gosh. I mean, she is the queen of misinformation. We've already talked about the debate where, I mean, she was just spreading and spewing all kinds of misinformation. So now we have members of the media. We have Karine Jean-Pierre, if I'm not mistaken. Now we have Kamala Harris. Tim Walz, I think, said it too. Remember Mr. Mind Your Own Damn Business, right? So they're all telling people, you need to go speak to your friends and neighbors about misinformation. That's right. Tim Walz said that you need to have that conversation in the grocery store, in the produce aisle. Remember that? I said if anybody tried to do that to me, I'd throw a kumquat at them. I mean, I really would. I mean, you want to talk about a completely devoid of any kind of self-awareness, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say these audio bites from Kamala Harris, they're just too easy. They're too easy to refute. And as I said on X the other day, the monologues just write themselves. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, very good. Mostly sunny today, a high of 92 degrees. Partly cloudy this weekend, highs on both days of 93 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Donald Trump, he was doing something that Kamala Harris simply won't do last night. He was giving an actual interview. It was on Newsmax, so it was a friendly place. But as we all know, Donald Trump will literally go anywhere for an interview. And so he was talking about how proud he is of his Supreme Court picks.
I'm very proud of the people I appointed. They have been, they've been abused by the radical left. It's play the ref, like Bobby Knight. He'd play the ref. He'd scream and shout and holler. But in his case, it worked. Yeah. But they're playing the ref. When they go after these judges and justices, they do both. They go after them viciously. It should be against the law what they do. They threaten them. They mock them. But the public gets it now. But it should be against the law what they do. And I could give you the players. It's all the same players.
Well, Chuck Schumer, we all remember what Chuck Schumer did, calling out Neil Gorsuch. You've released a whirlwind or whatever in the heck that was when they were ticked off about abortion. And so he's absolutely right. And we all know that these justices, they do face a massive torrent of hate from the left and from the media.
They mock the hell out of them. They say they're slow, they're incompetent, they're this, they're that. And it's just the opposite. They're brilliant, they're genius, they're quick, they know everything, they're very smart, but they get mocked. And some people would say, oh, maybe I won't get mocked if I do the wrong thing and I give the wrong decision. And that's got to stop.
Well, I would agree that it has to stop on a far more global scale. I mean, clearly, it's not just the Supreme Court justices. It's everybody. And now you've got, if I really wanted to talk about Kamala Harris and the sinister nature of these folks on the left, I would say that when Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, when they say, go speak to your friends and neighbors, go speak to people in the grocery store, there's part of me that thinks that is sort of like a dog whistle to go start berating people. How could you possibly vote for Donald Trump, right? I mean, that's what it feels like. I do believe that the phantom Trump support is going to be a real thing again this year. Because remember, everybody's upset. There's all kinds of news today. Oh, the polling looks terrible for Trump. It really doesn't. But Even if it does, it just depends on the poll. But I think that today there's even more of an impact from the media and the left as far as narrative control than we saw even in 2016 and 2020. And here's the reason why. CNN has a graphic up. 73% of the American people agree with the statement that between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, that Donald Trump is more of a threat to democracy. 73%. Do you know what that tells you? It tells you that it's working. Because there has been such a media narrative, a Democrat narrative working hand in hand with each other to try to define their opponent, Donald Trump, as a threat to democracy. And I'm here to tell you, very few people will even define what the hell that means. And that story that CNN ran, that 73% of the American people believe that Trump over Kamala Harris is more of a threat to democracy, that's part of their narrative. That's part of their attempt to define Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. And I think now with this whole movement that they're trying to continue on with, where they're like, you talk to your friends and neighbors about Donald Trump. You talk to them about misinformation. Okay. If you'd like to, we certainly can. But I have a feeling that the majority of Donald Trump supporters will absolutely push right back, because just look at the whatever that was, that town hall last night, or whatever it is you want to call it, with Oprah Winfrey. I mean, that thing was nothing more than a campaign rally, is what it was. Full of the talking points, the same talking points that we've all seen. Meantime, Donald Trump is out there answering questions from not only supporters, but also detractors as well. And that is something that Kamala Harris simply can't or refuses to do. And it's obvious. And so the more that we see these kinds of stories, the more that we see where the left is trying to continuously talk about how Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, the reality is that it is our media and Kamala Harris that is not only a threat to our democracy, but it is also a threat to our livelihoods. It's a threat to our bank accounts. It's a threat to our rights as gun owners and people who cherish free speech. And it's our right to have, of course, a sovereign nation. All of those things are at risk under a Kamala Harris administration. It is 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Jay Harper, what's coming up in the news?
Yeah, Dan, the flames finally out in Houston, Texas. Also, cease and desist letters being sent in the case of a missing Tennessee teen. And Nashville looks to soon have some new nonstop flights to Europe. We'll have those stories at 7. On Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. Great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are going down. Now, my friends at Loan Pronto, they have rates that start with a 4. Now, this is the best rate in years. Now, listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. So whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time to call my friends at Loan Pronto and save a bunch of money. Now, even if you're in the process with another lender, you can stop right now and call Loan Pronto today and ask about their zero cost rate reduction home loan. That's right. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act right now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call them right now, Loan Pronto, and their zero cost rate reduction home loan. It can help you. That phone number, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. You can find them online. It's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m. and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Sunshine and 68 degrees currently. Your weekend forecast and a traffic report are coming up. The flame from Monday's massive natural gas line explosion in suburban Houston finally died away last night. ABC's Jim Ryan says that the traumatized evacuees have finally been allowed to go back to their homes.
When Ariana Molero felt her house shake Monday morning,
I decided to come to the front door, open it, and then I saw the flame and the heat.
a vehicle had struck a natural gas valve and a towering column of flame was shooting into the sky. County Executive Lena Hidalgo says energy companies need more than just chain link fence around their facilities.
And I hope that they will join us in advocating for stronger barriers because we do have these lines flowing throughout our county.
Investigators will try to determine why that SUV hit the valve. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Officials don't believe it was an intentional act. Back here in Tennessee, News 2 reporting that cease and desist letters have been sent out to social media users threatening and harassing individuals that have been looking for missing Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers. Dog the Bounty Hunter and Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, say they've been experiencing all kinds of online harassment and have seen threats just increase here lately. Dwayne Chapman, who offices of Joseph Lesniak, who is representing Dog the Bounty Hunter, as well as Seth Rogers and other individuals, says that some instances of interference and threats include encouraging false allegations, flooding false leads, undermining reward credibility, interference with search operations, as well as slander and harassment. And finally, new nonstop international flights will soon be coming to Nashville's International Airport. A letter from the Metropolitan Nashville Airport Authority says that Music City's been selected for a nonstop flight to Germany and is also a finalist for a flight to Ireland. Discover Airlines, part of the Lufthansa Group, reportedly plans to start flying nonstop from Nashville to Frankfurt, Germany, 3 times a week beginning in May of next year. Nashville is also a finalist for a nonstop flight to Dublin. That would be via Aer Lingus. Service to Ireland could start as early as May or June of next year. The Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. Let's get to the stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow futures down 19, S&P 500 down 16 and a quarter, and the NASDAQ futures down 81 and a quarter. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. We are not seeing any accidents or breakdowns at the moment, but the normal backups are starting to build. 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. Also, 24 westbound headed into the city just before Harding Place, starting to see the backup build there as well. I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Speaking in the last hour about like narrative control and all that. So let me ask you a question. Who do you think would work more to secure and preserve your Second Amendment rights? Would it be Kamala Harris, or do you think it would be Donald Trump? Now, clearly, we all know, if you're listening to WTN, you already know the answer. But as Kamala Harris is out there, one of the things that they're desperately trying to do is paint Kamala Harris as some sort of a two-way warrior. Have you noticed this lately? So she talks about in the debate where she's a gun owner. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. Okay, that's fine. Then last night during this thing with Oprah Winfrey, have you seen this? CNN is like all over this. Kamala Harris said that if somebody broke into her home, that person would get shot. Here is the rather cringeworthy audio.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes.
So you notice she goes all street with that? You guys notice that? She goes all street with that comment. Somebody breaks into my house, they're getting shot.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that. But my staff will deal with that later.
Oh, Lord. So here's the thing. Obviously, I believe that was all pre-planned. But the question is, as they're trying to, again, it's sort of like, don't pay attention to what she has said in the past. Pay attention to what she's saying now. And right now, they're trying to, again, paint her as some sort of a two-way warrior. But I do want to remind you of what she has said in the past.
You have guns. No, at the debate.
I'm a gun owner.
That's not the one. This is the one.
Responsible behaviors among everybody in the community. And just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible and safe in the way you conduct your affairs.
Have you heard? So it is in the past, Kamala Harris, that was an audio bite where she was at a press conference, and you just heard it, where she says that we are going to, it's her opinion, that she can march into our homes to check and see if we're being responsible with our guns. So before you believe that she is now some sort of a two-way warrior that is going to start, gunning down the bad guys. By the way, it is Kamala Harris who wanted as many bad guys on the streets of America as possible, with defunding the police, defunding ICE, wanting to ask the American people to fund the Minnesota Freedom Fund. Of course, you know what that is. That's that bail outfit that during the Summer of Love, the George Floyd riots, she was out there saying, you really want to give to this organization because they bail out the bad guys. They bail out the innocent protesters fighting for their rights. Well, actually, as you know, what happened was all these bad guys ended up getting bailed out and they committed murders and robbery and the rest of that nonsense. So she's trying to act all tough on the criminals when the reality is that, number one, she's not tough on criminals. And number two, she's trying to make it seem like she is out there to defend your Second Amendment when she has said things in the past that are completely opposite. She also spoke about a mandatory two-way buyback program.
Believe in the mandatory buyback of quote-unquote assault weapons, and whether or not you do, how does that idea not go against fundamentally the Second Amendment?
Yeah, great question. I do believe that we need to do buybacks, and I'll tell you why. First of all, let's be clear about what assault weapons are. They have been designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly.
Do you remember, I don't know if you were listening, I hope you were, in the 5 or the 6, I was talking about Kamala Harris, and it's almost like to listen to her try to answer a question, you have to it's like unwrapping an onion. You know what I'm talking about? It's like unstringing a ball of yarn. You've got to go through, number one, that's a great question. Then number two, she restates what the question is, and then at some point you might get to how she really feels about whatever the topic or the question was.
They are weapons of war with no place on the streets of a civil society. I've seen assault weapons kill babies and police officers. So, one, I'll tell you, when elected president, if the United States Congress continues to fail to have the courage to do something about this, I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country. But we still have to deal with the over 2 million assault weapons that are currently in the streets of America. And so,
do you know what I would ask Kamala Harris? I would ask Kamala Harris, all right, so if somebody breaks into your home, they're going to get shot. That's what she said. That's what she said, that if somebody breaks into her home, that they are going to get shot. I would ask Kamala Harris, okay, so what kind of gun do you have? I mean, apparently she doesn't have one of these, I'm going to air quote here, one of these assault rifles or whatever it is that she wants to call them. But what if she only has like whatever, a 9mm? She's got a handgun. Well, if somebody comes in with an AR or whatever, then welcome to your America, Kamala Harris, where you get all of these assault rifles, and I'm air quoting on all this, off the streets. Well, then guess what's going to happen is that we, as in the law-abiding citizens of America, we're going to be outgunned. Because you really think that the bad guys are going to come in with their mandatory buyback program? You really think they're going to adhere to those rules? Of course not. So number one, I would ask her, what if somebody came into your home, broke into your home, and you've got a handgun, and they've got one of these assault rifles? Well, then that should bring it home for Kamala Harris, because what you're doing is you're demanding that all the good guys give up their guns. And at the same time, you're, I would think, acknowledging that the bad guys are going to keep theirs. So she's trying to act like she is going to be, really, really a Second Amendment friendly president when her past statements prove otherwise. And so now she's trying to really lean into this. Well, I'm a gun owner, and if somebody breaks into my home, well, then they're going to get shot. Okay, fine. Here's the other thing, and I know that you folks are screaming at the radio wanting me to say this as well, so I will. Let's also not forget that her security right now, and certainly if she becomes president, will have all the weaponry they want. But they want to take away your right to carry whatever weapon you want. That is what a Kamala Harris presidency would actually be like. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Mostly sunny today, a high of 92, partly cloudy this weekend, high on both days, 93 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We were having some fun with this earlier, this Kamala Harris appearance with Oprah Winfrey. And the intro really did say it all.
A wife and mamala to senator to vice president. Please welcome Kamala Harris.
I mean, it really was. It is being described as a love fest. And I really don't believe that we learned anything new from Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, I got to tell you, he has been everywhere. And so the point that I would make is that you've got Kamala Harris and you've got Donald Trump, and Trump is granting interviews to anyone, whether they are mean, nasty reporters or whether they're more friendly, like, for example, on Newsmax. Kamala Harris isn't doing that, and it is obviously serving her well. Joe Rogan had a point the other day, and I had to say that while I found it frustrating, I think that he does have a point, which is that the people who are coaching Kamala Harris are actually doing a fairly good job, because she is doing well in the polls. Like it or not, she is doing well in the polling. I understand that is part of the narrative control that is out there right now. But she's doing well in the polling. She's not answering any questions. She's not giving any real interviews. And she really didn't perform well at that debate. But she was clearly coached into memorizing the questions, the answers to the questions, and she had those questions. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that the ABC whistleblower was right. She had the questions. Somebody slipped her the questions. She memorized the answers, and she knew exactly what she was supposed to do. And so they're coaching her really well. Now, that doesn't mean that she's running a good campaign, but when it comes to fooling the American people and the media working hand in hand with Kamala Harris, it is working. And this whole nonsense that she was on with Oprah Winfrey last night was just another example. I was talking about this, about how she had this deer in the headlights look when she was asked about lowering grocery prices.
We really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Now, remember what I said. Just like in the gun question, she's going to thank them for being there. She's going to thank them for the question. Then she's going to restate the question. And then she's not really going to answer said question.
First of all, thank you both for being here. And yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And
by the way, do you know why you hear that story as you travel around the country? Because of your economic policy. That's why you're hearing about it all across the country. Just thought I'd point that out.
in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams. And
so in the 5 o'clock hour, honest point of honesty here, we spent a little bit of time trying to figure out what the hell she is saying.
As I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams. And
rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams. Okay, but here's the problem, is that your economic policy has, someone like me will rightly say, has destroyed people's aspirations and dreams. I'm just saying.
And ambitions for your family, and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive.
Yeah, recently, like in the last 3.5 years. Right?
And it's been. And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries.
I want to throw a kumquat at her. I do.
I don't blame you.
I'm just kidding. FBI, CIA, Secret Service, I'm just kidding. But I spent way too much time this morning trying to decipher what exactly it is that she said. But, you know, she says the same talking points, the same things. We're going to go after the price gougers. We're going to do the child care tax credit. Remember, she'll say, we lowered the price of prescription drugs. She'll talk about the opportunity economy. She'll do all of that stuff, which is all fine. But if you look at the plans, they're unworkable. And when you brag about the child care tax credit, when you brag about lowering the price of prescription drugs, well, isn't that offset by the higher cost of everyday items that we all use? It is. So I can poke holes through every single one of the things that she wants to do. And she was roundly mocked by both sides for trying to say that we're going to go after the price gougers, because many people will continuously say that there is no price gouging going on at the grocery stores because they have a very thin profit margin. That's number one. And number two, within capitalism, you have this thing called competition. That's the whole point. And so a lot of people have simply said that what Kamala Harris wants to do with our economy, simply put, is unworkable. I'm sure that Oprah Winfrey didn't talk about any of that during last night's Love Fest. It is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, Jay Harper, what's coming up in the news at 7:30?
Yes, sir, Dan. We have got the stories coming up at 7:30 that will tell us all about what's going on with these exploding pagers and these walkie-talkies and whatnot in Lebanon. We'll have the latest information on that. That's, again, coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. 7:23, Nashville's Morning News. Now, you know how much I absolutely love the Glock store, right? It is where I buy my guns, my ammo, and my accessories, and it is where I learned to shoot and continue to train. I'm going back next week. Now, I know the training at the Glock store is great because every session is a private session in private rooms, not public lanes. But they also do parties at the Glock store. Now, I've seen bachelor parties going on, birthday parties, retirements, and yes, they do corporate team building as well. Now, parties are going to include a VIP room, access to a kitchen, dedicated shooting rooms with instructors, and shooting activities designed for every level. They include ammo and even full auto options. Call them and get your party started. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-682-6565. 615-682-6565. And they can start planning a customized party just for your needs. The Glock store, my place to shoot and party. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Good morning. It is coming up on 7:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll have some traffic and weather coming up. Just hang on. More details about the deadly explosions in Lebanon this week, with pagers and walkie-talkies blowing up all at the same time. ABC's Marcus Moore is in Beirut.
Lebanese civilians still facing the aftershock, hospitals tending to the wounded. An intelligence source confirming to ABC News the details behind this week's attacks. Israel creating shell companies to manufacture and sell pagers to Hezbollah. According to the source, 1 to 2 ounces of explosives were planted in the pagers with a remote trigger switch to set off the blasts. This kind of attack planned 15 years in advance. The State Department continuing to insist on de-escalation.
We now move to South America, where Venezuela's government rejects as laughable a European Union vote recognizing the country's opposition leader as this summer's election winner.
President Maduro mocking the non-binding European vote as akin to their backing a few years ago of the failed Western hopeful Juan Guaido. The vote in the European Parliament, 309 votes in favor of recognizing Edmundo Gonzalez as the Venezuelan president against 201 opposed. Maduro characterized the EU vote as a clumsy, cowardly move made by individuals bereft of morals.
That is ABC's Tom Rivers reporting. New details on the suspect accused of killing a Kentucky judge in his chambers yesterday, about 50 miles southeast of Lexington. The suspect, he's the sheriff in the county there. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Ally.
The shots rang out just before 3 p.m.
Letcher County Courthouse, that shots fired.
Police say the sheriff of rural Letcher County, Kentucky, shot District Judge Kevin Mullins after an argument inside the county courthouse. Attempts to save the 54-year-old judge were unsuccessful. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say the 43-year-old sheriff, Sean Steins, was taken into custody without incident.
This community is small in nature, and we're all shook.
It's the third high-profile murder of a judge in the last 2 years.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 732. Somebody asked me the other day, Dan, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? And to be honest, it's a lot more than I thought. So I actually went home and counted how many connected devices I own. It is more than a dozen, and it's growing by the day, sadly. So all to keep me connected to the good stuff. My streaming, my gaming, all my interneting, you name it, of course, show prep as well. I do all kinds of radio shows after Nashville's morning news and show prep, etc. Amy also works from home, as does Riker. So listen, Riker's doing homework and he's doing his own thing as well. We need fast and stable internet. Now, Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, not dozens, but hundreds, for real. Now, here's the thing. Through October 10th, you can get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, you can get free Wi-Fi equipment included. And you can ask how you can be eligible for a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. So make sure that your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. And switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Well, up in the Gallatin area, Highway 109 bypass at Clear Lake Meadows Road, that road there has been closed due to a crash, that according to TDOT. Also, we are looking at the normal backup, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. Also, 440, where 40 and 24 join into it. You got a lot of company there as well. I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.38, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986. Jay, you're running a story from ABC, and it's the sheriff that walked in and shot the judge. Well, apparently, people are telling me, and I'm looking up the story, apparently the judge allegedly was sleeping with the sheriff's 17-year-old daughter.
Yikes.
So,
yeah, I mean, all of the various news sources that I've been investigating, all of them are very mum about motive.
Yeah, it's very vague, but I mean, I don't know. But people are hammering the text line. That story that you're running, it's because of, I don't know.
It wouldn't shock me if it's something personal like that.
Well, it's kind of, I mean, the stories as presented by ABC News, shocker, is that it's very vague. It's like he walks in and he just shoots the judge after an argument. It's like, well, can somebody tell us what the hell happened?
Yeah.
I mean, so anyway. Well,
I know Kentucky State Police, they're not really, it's the investigation is ongoing type of lines are what you're getting.
Right. By the way, I've got an I Can Feel Your Anger update.
I can feel your anger.
And it's on the super text line. So, guy says, hey, Dan, not sure if you missed this in social studies class, but the vice president doesn't make policy. Nuh-uh. But see, here's the thing. In this case, she actually did because she's the border czar and she failed miserably in securing our border. And yes, I do understand that it is actually Joe Biden who sets the policy. However, she has said that she is in line and in agreement with everything Joe Biden has done. So whether it's the economy, whether it is what's going on the southern border, she took part in the policy and she also takes part in the blame. And she has said ad nauseum, she has said that she is very proud of the work that she has done with President Biden.
And Dan, how many times has she cast the deciding vote on a number of crucial issues in the Senate?
Well, you're right, Jay, and this is what I texted back to. This is 5762. I said she did cast the deciding vote not once, but twice on those mammoth gargantuan spending bills as the tiebreaker in the Senate so that those massive spending bills could be put into law. That led to all of that inflation and higher prices that we've all been dealing with. She did that. She cast the deciding vote. So nice try, 5762. And one last thing is that one of the big issues that happened with the Biden administration, of course, this really was the first thing that he completely train-wrecked, was the failed pullout of Afghanistan. And remember, she said that she was the last person in the room with Joe Biden, that she stands by that decision. She was in on the decisions. So you're right. High school civics class, the vice president does not make decisions. However, you also look at what they have said in the past, what they're saying now. And in this instance with Kamala Harris, her actions as vice president and also as border czar. It's a nice try, though. I thought it was a nice try. I actually like doing those. The Feel Your Anger updates.
I can feel your anger.
You know, I wonder if they can feel my anger, because I'm pretty ticked off, and a lot of Americans are angry these days. So people like 5762, not to sit here and berate one listener, but I think it is indicative of where we are these days, where you have Kamala Harris. I played that piece of audio earlier where she's, talking about going out and telling people that they need to talk to their neighbors about what is going on in the country today. I will tell you that there's roughly half of the American people that are really angry at Kamala Harris and Joe Biden because of everything that we have had to endure. So it's just, it's one of those conversations that is going to last from now till Election Day. Early voting, of course, has started in some states. And you know what I always say, vote early, vote often. By the way, very quickly, there's a lot going on. Competence matters. Competence really does matter. And in the case of Kamala Harris, it feels like there is not a lot of competence. And there is one example that I wanted to point out to you. You may have heard this already. I don't know. But the FCC chairman was testifying in front of Congress, a congressional committee, and he spoke about one of the things that Kamala Harris was in charge of, a massive push for internet across the country.
Vice President Harris agreed to lead the administration's signature $42 billion effort to extend internet service to millions of Americans. It's now been 1,039 days since that program was enacted. After all of that time, not one person has been connected to the internet. Not one home, not one business.
So what's the problem? Well, the problem is Kamala Harris. The program, officially known as the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, or BEAD, B-E-A-D, and embedded in Biden's mammoth infrastructure law, was meant to bring a vital service to communities across America. Well, here's the problem. The problem is the first line, or the first word in the description in the title, equity. So this thing was riddled with all of the usual progressive nonsense that makes every good idea go to die. I mean, that's what it is. The Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, it was full of that progressive requirements that make it hard to and made it hard to execute. We're going to talk about exactly what happened coming up, 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today, a high of 92, partly cloudy this weekend, high both days of 93 degrees. So talking about competency and Kamala Harris, and really those two really don't interact. I mean, Kamala Harris is not competent. And the FCC chairman, he came out and he really blasted her because we have spent billions of dollars for this broadband internet across the country. And as the audio just explained that I played for you less than a minute ago, FCC chairman is saying that not one person, not one household has internet in rural communities because of the $56 billion that Kamala Harris is in charge of. The issue is that Harris and Biden set up the ground rules, remember, equity, the ground rules in such a way that it complicated how they execute this thing. So you have all of these broadband providers now saying, listen, this thing is an albatross and we can't really execute this. It's impossible. One reason they say is that Kamala Harris, because she's in charge of this, remember it's about competency, Kamala Harris demanded a low-cost option of $30 a month for this service. And so the broadband providers are saying that is just unrealistic. So you put all of these requirements, you say, we're going to spend $56 billion on getting everybody internet. And then we're going to add the name equity into the title. And all of these progressive ideas, they turn the best of ideas into complete and utter catastrophes.
Not even one shovel worth of dirt has been turned. And it gets worse. No infrastructure builds will even start until sometime next year at the earliest, and in many cases, not until 2026. This makes Vice President Harris's $42 billion initiative the slowest moving federal broadband deployment program in recent history. With Vice President Harris at the helm, Politico recently reported on the, quote, frustration in finger pointing that defined the program's, quote, messy, delayed rollout.
So this might be one of the reasons. Let me ask you a question. You think Oprah Winfrey asked about this last night during the Love Fest? No. So this might be one of the reasons why she refuses to do serious interviews with serious journalists, because she'll be called out for her incompetence on this one particular project. The FCC chair is saying that Harris is completely lacking in competence. And that is a big issue in this situation. I mean, word salading is one thing, but some folks, they're just not blessed with the ability to speak in a clear and concise manner. Like, for example, J.D. Vance, he's really good. But even behind the scenes, they're saying that there's no real competence with Kamala Harris. And again, that does continue to this day. The FCC chair continues to talk about this rollout of broadband in rural communities.
So what has the administration been doing over the last 1,039 days instead of connecting Americans? It's been advancing a wish list of progressive policy goals. Mm-hmm. The $42 billion program led by Vice President Harris is being used to push a climate change agenda, DEI requirements, price controls, preferences for government-run networks, and rules that will lead to wasteful overbuilding. All of this will leave rural communities behind.
And one of the big issues that Harrison decided early on was they didn't want to work with Elon Musk. They had to deal with him. Then they pulled out. Apparently, I suppose it's when they decided they didn't want to work with him because Musk was perhaps showing some more conservative ideals. This is part of what the FCC chair says.
In 2020, the FCC secured a commitment from Starlink to provide internet to 640,000 homes and businesses for about $1,300 per location in federal support. But the government revoked that award last year after President Biden gave agencies the green light to go after Musk.
So this whole thing is now dead in the water, basically because they didn't want to work with Elon Musk. Now, he said 2020, so in 2020, there was a deal made between the federal government and Elon Musk via Starlink. Well, I'm going to assume that that was a deal that Donald Trump perhaps put together, and then Biden Harris come in, and they decide, oh, no, we don't want to work with that extremist. And now the entire thing is riddled with incompetency. And so when I get a super texter that says, oh, it's not the vice president that puts in legislation. Well, yeah, but she clearly has a record of incompetence and a record of lying that, to be perfectly honest, is second to none. And a media that won't call her out. So, if super texters, if that's what they want to do, if you want to, sit here and just put your head in the sand because you're a progressive yourself, well, that's all fine, well, and good, but don't expect the rest of us to be so blind because you're clearly blinded by your partisanship. 7:51, and Jay Harper, what's coming up in the news?
Well, Dan, President Biden getting off the beach long enough today to meet with a world leader. Also, the court-martial trial of an American soldier who defected to North Korea. Well, they may come to a close today. We'll have these stories at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. Window Nation. Dan Mandis here for my window company, Window Nation. Now, they put new windows in my downstairs basement studio, my bedroom, and my kitchen. They look phenomenal, and they're energy efficient as well. Now, that means that you're saving money on the purchase, the install, and on your energy bills. Now, right now, they've got a great deal going on. You're going to buy 2 windows, you're going to get 2 free, and pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. Now, one of their customers, Albert, says great value, great product, and outstanding customer service. He highly recommends them, and so do I. Now, Window Nation can install your windows in a day or less, and they do come with a lifetime warranty. So if you're even thinking about getting new windows, you've got to check out my window company, Window Nation. They do have that terrific deal going on right now. You buy 2 windows, you're going to get 2 free. Pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. That phone number, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
I'm going to give it away. We're going to do TikTok today.
Oh, TikTok or talk? Okay.
TALK.
Spring is here. Today we're going to talk about ticks. Bugs are coming out. Unfortunately, ticks are coming out. People are going to be out in the woods. First, the types of ticks.
American dog tick, the black-legged deer tick, the Lone Star tick. We've got a Gulf Coast tick. Got a new one coming in, the longhorn tick. These are the ones we need to watch out for. 75% of vector transmitted diseases now are from ticks. Rocky Mountain spotted fever, rickelosis, tularemia, Lyme disease, almost flu-like, gonna run a fever. You may or may not get a rash in the saliva. They secrete this cement to glue themselves in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great.
So you need to get some tweezers, get down on that capitulum and grab it and pull the tick off. Do not grab the body. A lot of people think ticks drop out of trees. They don't drop out of trees. And they can't jump. And they can't fly.
So they're in the leaves, on the plants and things.
On the grass.
On the grass.
Leaves of the grass. And they do this number with their front legs. And that's called questing. They are sensing a prey item coming by. They'll take those legs and latch on and then crawl up.
And then there you go. You're battling it.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Dan Mandis here. Johnny B's here as well. Jay Harper. By the way, prayers for Joan. She is, of course, as you know, out today. She's going to be out Monday and Tuesday as well, having her arm surgery because, she was playing with her dog and broke her arm. I should have asked Joan, did the dog break a paw? If not, I think that the dog has him explaining. Clearly, the dog won that fight. Anyway.
Yes, and should be maybe sued.
It's exactly right. No doggy bones for you. Anyway, whatever. So hopefully Joan will be back next week. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning and happy Friday. It is 8 o'clock. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get your weekend forecast and a traffic report to you here shortly. On the agenda for President Biden today, a cabinet meeting as well as a sit-down with a world leader. Here's Karen Travers with more.
President Biden holds a cabinet meeting at the White House this morning. He'll be joined there by the First Lady, who will give an update on the progress of the White House initiative on women's health research. Later today, the president travels to Wilmington, Delaware to host the Quad Leaders Summit this weekend, bringing together the prime ministers of Australia, Japan, and India. Today, he'll meet with Australia's prime minister for what the White House is calling a personal meeting that's close to reporters.
We now head to Texas, where the case may be closed today on the American soldier who ran across the border from South Korea into North Korea last year. ABC's Jim Ryan says the Army private faces a court-martial today at Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas.
Private Travis King was in civilian clothes when he bolted from a tour group at the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. He was held in the North for 2 months and brought back to the U.S., and retired General Robert Abrams told ABC News.
I think the most likely option is Private Travis King will be administratively discharged from the Army.
King is expected to plead guilty to 5 of the 14 military charges against him today, including desertion. A decision will then be made on his punishment.
Back here in Tennessee, a felony warrant has been obtained against a Nashville 15-year-old in connection to threats made Wednesday against Southwind High School in Memphis. Sheriff Floyd Bonner made that announcement. The teen, who lives here in Nashville, he was taken into custody. Detectives are traveling to Memphis to transfer him back here into juvenile custody. He reportedly made several threatening phone calls to the school Wednesday morning and then posted threats on social media that he was going to shoot up the school. It's not clear what connection, if any, the 15-year-old suspect from Nashville has to do with this Memphis school. We now turn to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online at beaconcm.com. Before the opening bell, the Dow futures up 12, the S&P 500 down 7.5, and the NASDAQ futures, they're down 27 3/4. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, we've got all kinds of problems now, still dealing with the closed road there, Highway 109, the bypass there southbound between Clear Lake Meadows Boulevard and South Water Avenue. That's up in Gallatin. Also, a crash has the right shoulder block 65 south at Trinity Lane. That's near exit 87. And also a crash reported River Road at Gibbs Road. That is up in Ashland City. And then again, the normal backup starting on 24, headed in from Smyrna. I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Last night during that hard-hitting Oprah Winfrey interview, somebody asked Kamala Harris if she has any real plans to enforce our border. And I'll play you that audio here in a minute, but I want to remind you of what Kamala Harris has said in the past related to our southern border and illegal immigration.
It is wrong to somehow suggest then an undocumented immigrant is a criminal. Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime. I know what a crime looks like. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. 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 An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
So in case you didn't get the message, according to Kamala Harris, an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. Well, number one, an undocumented immigrant is a criminal. That's number one. And number two, like it or not, convenient for their narrative or not, undocumented immigrants are committing a lot of crimes beyond just crashing our southern border. I don't need to bore you with yet another monologue on all of the reprehensible, horrific things that have happened in our country thanks to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their wide open border policy. Now, she was asked last night during, again, the town hall with Oprah Winfrey, she was asked about what she would do regarding illegal immigration. And basically, she talks about the same thing that she's always talked about, which is that she has taken on the drug cartels and she's taken on the murderers and all of this stuff when she was the attorney general for the state of California, which, by the way, has been debunked quite a bit because there's a lot of people in California that will actually tell you that it wasn't actually Kamala Harris that did those investigations or did those prosecutions. And certainly it was not Kamala Harris that took on the drug cartels. However, she would show up for the photo op. But here's the thing, is that to me, none of that matters what she supposedly did as the attorney general for the state of California. It just doesn't matter. Because for me, you don't go back that far. I mean, she spent time in the Senate. She was attorney general before that. So she's got almost 4 years as a VP, which has been nothing but disastrous as far as the border goes. It has been disastrous as far as illegal immigration goes. It has been disastrous for the American people. So for her to try to continue to obfuscate what is going on the southern border, it's almost like I feel like I'm insulting you playing the audio over and over again, where she talks about how the Republicans and Donald Trump are standing in the way of common sense border reforms and all this other nonsense, when you and I, we all know that that is complete and utter BS. In the news today, there is a video, and I'm just going to read you what the headline is. Taser has failed, and an Arkansas trooper is in trouble with a drunk illegal alien from Guatemala. And I've gone ahead and reposted that, but that's the stuff that's going on. And again, not to belabor the point, but this is exactly why she won't do any real interviews. There's some other things that are going on, and Chris brought this up yesterday, kind of broke the story on WTN with this this story about what is going on with Donald Trump and these attempts on his life. Now, to hear Matt Gaetz say it, and this is fascinating, Matt Gaetz is now saying that there are not one, not two, not three, but 5 of these groups of assassins that are going after Donald Trump. Now, I'm going to tie it to illegal immigration because I'd be willing to bet, and I think Matt Gaetz probably did it as well, I'm sure that Chris did, that how are these folks, how are these assassins getting into our country? Well, they're getting into our country through the wide open southern border. But this is what Matt Gaetz said last night.
And I'll break a little news for you. I had a senior official from the Department of Homeland Security in my office before the second assassination attempt saying that what he has assessed is that there are 5 known assassination teams in the United States, 3 inspired by other governments, 2 that are here that are known domestic assassination teams. And with that, this individual was coming to me concerned that the force protection around President Trump, even prior to that second assassination attempt, was not sufficient for what it needed to be. And the coordination at that level, at the dignitary protection level, is like the bare minimum that we have to do to keep our presidents, our presidential candidates safe while they're on the trail.
Well, and sadly, we're not keeping them safe. It's certainly not Donald Trump. Jill Biden, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. People aren't shooting at them. They're shooting at Donald Trump. And so that is going to be the question. Does the former president have the detail that he needs? Now, he may have it now, but he certainly hasn't had it. And they keep making mistakes. The conversation regarding what happened when he was golfing. And you had the shooter the would-be shooter, hiding in the bushes for 12 hours. And so many questions. Where were the drones? That's number one. Why didn't they drone the area? That's number one. Number two is I saw somebody being interviewed. I don't remember who it was. But they do have technology now where they can find someone who is living, or a thing that is living. It could be a rat, it can be a squirrel, it can be a human being hiding in the bushes with this infrared technology where it can sense the heat, it can find the heat, and that will tell you that somebody is hiding in the bushes. That was not used either. And so I guess the question is, how many times, as Peter Doocy said the other day, how many times are we going to have to go through this?
So there are 5, I just want to follow up, 5 assassination teams. Are they all targeting Trump? Is it other officials?
Yes. No, wow. I should have been clear about that. 5 teams that we know are targeting Trump. And so that raises real questions about why certain teams were being pulled off of the Trump detail and put on, for example, the Jill Biden detail. Now, we don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden, but at the same time, the threat envelope for her was substantially different than the threat envelope around President Trump, and it would not have necessitated pulling assets away from the Trump detail for the Jill Biden detail or the John Bolton detail or any other details that were beefed up. Mm-hmm. At the same time, the requests from the Trump detail and from the Trump campaign for more security were going unanswered.
I mean, listen, earlier, I think it was earlier this week when Blumenthal came out, Senator Blumenthal said, you know, you are going to be astonished at how bad the Secret Service screwed up. And so this is one of those stories that keeps evolving over time. And the more that you hear about it, the more that you hear, I mean, it's like every day there's another leak. And that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. You heard Josh Hawley the other day. This was, I think, day before yesterday.
Well, what we've heard, Jesse, from new whistleblowers who've come forward about this second assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. And here's what they have told us. That golf course that the president was playing, Secret Service have guarded that course many, many times. And what the whistleblower says is protocol calls for Secret Service to station agents along the places in the course that are known vulnerabilities. I want to emphasize the service has guarded this course many times. They know where there are vulnerabilities. They normally station agents there ahead of Trump's appearance on the course, but they apparently did not do that this last weekend. And the whistleblowers tell me that's strange. That's out of protocol. It's not even clear Secret Service swept the perimeter before Trump took to the course. Also a breach of protocol. And they want to know why, and so do I. I think the Secret Service deserves to give us answers.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to find out what the heck happened, not only in Butler, but also with the golf course, and on it goes. And this is something that for the American people, we keep hearing these horrific stories. And then you hear that there's not one, not two, but 5 sort of assassination groups, if you will, that are going after Donald Trump, according to Matt Gaetz. We also know that there is a consistent and persistent threat from Iran. So the longer that this goes on, the longer we don't have answers, it feels like we're not getting or implementing the solutions either. Now, maybe those solutions have been put in place. I really don't know. But part of the other conversation and the question has to be asked, okay, so why does this keep happening? Why do we keep getting these organizations going after Donald Trump? Number one, as I said yesterday, you've got our main arch enemy, one of our core nemesis in Iran, and they are going after Donald Trump. And as we found out the other day, they're also hacking into Donald Trump's campaign and giving the information to the Kamala Harris campaign. Well, what does it say about Kamala Harris that one of our worst enemies wants her to win. It's pretty obvious. 8:17, time to check the roads on WTN. Mostly sunny today, a high of 92, partly cloudy this weekend, high both days of 93. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. The reason why Iran wants Kamala Harris to win, and clearly not Donald Trump, is because under Donald Trump, if you're new to the show, new people are tuning in all the time, Donald Trump kept his boot on the neck of Iran from a sanctions standpoint. That meant that Iran couldn't sell the oil that they wanted to sell, and that meant that they couldn't make the money that they wanted to make, which meant that they could not fund terrorism across the world, including what happened in Israel. It wasn't until Joe Biden came along and he lifted those sanctions that Iran once again began to flourish, and now they are including the funding of the attack on Israel by Hamas, 1,200 people killed. Iran funded that. And the funds came from Joe Biden lifting the sanctions against Iran that Donald Trump had put in place. So the other question is, why does this keep happening? Whether it's Iran trying to take out Donald Trump, or you've got these other 5 organizations, assassins that are trying to take out Donald Trump. The question is, why does this keep happening? Well, I'll tell you why it keeps happening. I'm going to remind you of this montage that I put together yesterday. Cringe Jean-Pierre going after Donald Trump and saying that he is a threat to democracy.
The threat of the former president represents to our democracy. Just think about January 6th. You had more than 2,000 people who were told to go to the Capitol. It was one of the darkest days of our democracy. One of the darkest days. And they were there because the former president told them to go there. That is why the president decided to come back. He believed that it is important to save the soul of America, of our nation, and he believed it was important that we continue to fight for our democracy, fight for our freedom. That's what you see from this administration.
So dramatic. And such a liar. I mean, I've pointed out the lies in that soundbite many times now. It's not worth repeating again. But if you know anything about Donald Trump, you know exactly where he stands on all of that. And you also know the lies of cringe Jean-Pierre. But that's why Trump keeps getting shot at. That is why Donald Trump keeps getting shot at. It is because the left and their agenda and their narrative and their accusations continue to perpetuate this rhetoric against Trump, and it's really causing, as Peter Doocy said the other day, is that it's really, if somebody is unstable, then what they're going to do is they're going to hear everything that the media and cringe Jean-Pierre are saying, and that's going to trigger them, and all of a sudden they're going to do what they do. They're going to go after Donald Trump. And so I think that at least if you even pay the smallest modicum of attention to what's going on in our country, you know exactly what the media is trying to do. I was talking about this earlier. There's a story on CNN. 73% of the American people believe that Donald Trump is a bigger threat to democracy than Kamala Harris. Well, number one, I'd be willing to bet that not one of those people could actually tell you what is a threat to democracy. All they're seeing is, well, CNN and MSNBC and the mainstream media and cringe Jean-Pierre, they're telling me that he is a threat to democracy, therefore he must be. That's what it seems like. Even that survey, that poll that said that 73% of the American people feel like Donald Trump is a bigger threat to democracy, even that is part of their lying agenda. That is part of trying to convince the American people that Donald Trump is a threat, when in reality, if you want to look at the threat to your life, if you want to look at the threat to your livelihood and your family and your safety and your security, who is a bigger threat, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Obviously, it's Kamala Harris, because of what she has said in the past and what we have all experienced in the last 3.5 years. It is obvious. And so you look at the spin control of a CNN, you look at the spin control of an MSNBC, and the networks and David Muir, they're all doing the same thing. Violent political rhetoric and lying. And it's up to you to make sure that because remember, they're telling the American people, go speak to people in the grocery store. Go talk to your friends and neighbors about misinformation. I would absolutely love if someone wanted to come up and talk to me about misinformation, because I would clearly set them straight. It is 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I'm sure a lot of you folks would. Jay Harper is in the newsroom. And Jay, what's coming up?
Sure, Dan. We'll let you know where the presidential candidates will be out campaigning today and the weekend. And we'll have this morning's money news. That's all coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thanks, Jay. 8:22 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call Cove Generators. Now, right now, it's the Dan deal. They're offering you a free 7-year warranty. That is over $1,000 value. So if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is the time to do it. Now, what do these generators do? Because I talk about them all the time. Maybe you don't know that if there's a power outage, your backup home standby generator will turn your lights and your power back on instantly. And you can get them at Cove Generators. They sell the absolute best. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. They also, by the way, offer great financing options as well, because they know the times are tough. So don't forget that great deal. It is going on right now. They're offering you a free 7-year warranty. That is over $1,000 value if you buy your next generator at Cove Generators. If you have questions, my buddy Generator Dave and the entire team at Cove Generators, they are there to answer all your questions about how to keep the power on when outages happen. 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311. Find them online. It is covegenerators.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
I'm going to give it away. We're going to do TikTok today.
Oh, TikTok or talk?
Talk.
Okay.
TALK.
Spring is here. Today we're going to talk about ticks. Bugs are coming out. Unfortunately, ticks are coming out. People are going to be out in the woods. First, the types of ticks.
American dog tick, the black-legged deer tick, the Lone Star tick. We've got a Gulf Coast tick. Got a new one coming in, the longhorn tick. These are the ones we need to watch out for. 75% of vector transmitted diseases now are from ticks. Rocky Mountain spotted fever, rickelosis, tularemia, Lyme disease, almost flu-like, going to run a fever. You may or may not get a rash in the saliva. They secrete this cement to glue themselves in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great.
So you need to get some tweezers, get down on that capitulum and grab it and pull the tick off. Do not grab the body. A lot of people think ticks drop out of trees. They don't drop out of trees. And they can't jump. And they can't fly.
So they're in the leaves, on the plants and things.
On the grass.
On the
leaves of the grass. And they do this number with their front legs. And that's called questing. They are sensing a prey item coming by. They'll take those legs and latch on and then crawl up.
And then there you go. You're battling it.
.829, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Gang of Four with Chris Hand is coming up next. My name is Dan Mandis. My Patriot Supply. I love this company for so many different reasons. Listen, you ever really sit down and think about what could happen, the disasters that could take away our freedoms, impact our family, impact our job, and impact our community? Now, I do, and that is why I keep a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply in my home. Now, it's got everything I need to provide for my family during a crisis. Over 2,000 calories a day. There is enough to go around. So I'm ready, but how about you? What would happen if there is an attack on our homeland? Government crackdowns, our grid gets taken out. There's so many threats, but you can be prepared with My Patriot Supply. You've got to go to preparewithmandis.com and get a great deal going on right now. You can get $50 off the same 4-week emergency food kit that I've got in my home. And they'll get it to you with really fast and free shipping. Now, this food does last up to 25 years. It does taste great, and it will keep your family alive in times of trouble and despair. Now, remember, you order today, preparewithmandis.com. You're going to get $50 off of a 4-week emergency food kit, the same ones I have in my home, free shipping. It is going to order fast. My Patriot Supply. Be ready with My Patriot Supply. Order it at preparewithmandis.com, preparewithmandis.com.
Good morning. It is 8:31, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got plenty of sunshine, 73 degrees, a weather report, and a traffic report. They are all coming up. In Michigan, Oprah Winfrey hosting a live stream event with Kamala Harris last night. The vice president saying again that She's in favor of the Second Amendment, but also supports assault weapons bans. Election Day, just 6 weeks away now. ABC's Mary Bruce has what's next on the campaign trail.
Harris now heads to Georgia today for a big abortion speech in Atlanta. She then finishes the day in battleground Wisconsin. Trump is off the trail today, but back out in North Carolina tomorrow.
The Market Numbers Report is brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They may be found online at beaconcm.com. With this morning's money news, here's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. It took investors a day to react to the Fed's 0.5% interest rate cut, but boy, did they react. The Dow Jones rose 522 points yesterday to close above 42,000 for the first time ever. The S&P added 1.7% for a new record of its own, while the Nasdaq Composite soared 2.5%. Shares in Mercedes-Benz plunged 8% overnight after the German carmaker became the latest to cut its guidance for the remainder of this year. Industry watchers say sluggish demand in China and trade disputes are weighing on the auto sector overall. Sales of previously owned homes fell in August 2.5% from the previous month to about 3.8 million. The National Association of Realtors says many would-be home buyers are waiting for mortgage rates to fall before jumping in. And after warnings of falling sales at Nike, CEO John Donahoe is leaving. Company veteran Elliott Hill is coming out of retirement to take the helm of the athletic apparel giant.
Well, the markets have just opened, and it's a rough opening. The Dow Index down 114.5. The S&P 500 down 12. Well, make that 13 and a quarter. And now the NASDAQ Index, it's down 13.5. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Yes, up in Gallatin, still dealing with 109, the bypass up there, southbound between Clear Lake Meadows Boulevard and South Water Street. That's still blocked up there due to a crash. Around the airport here in Nashville, some problems. Drop-off delays have been there all morning. I-40 eastbound at exit 216A. And to make matters even more fun, exit 216B there. They're working on the road, and that's got traffic all messed up. And finally, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. The backup there due to a crash. The right shoulder's blocked, but it's messing up traffic on the roadway as well. I'm Jay Harper with traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Time for the Gang of Four, minus an amiga.
Is she in surgery right now?
I don't think she's in surgery right now, but she's gone today. She'll be gone Monday and Tuesday as well, Joan Jones. And we're looking forward to having her back at some point as she recovers from the vicious dog attack that happened to Joan Jones.
It's a travesty what happened.
It is a travesty what happened.
I think the dog needs to be sued.
It's exactly right. Of course.
I think we could call Christy Nome if we want to get this problem handled.
You know what? Take a page out of Christy Nome's book, Joan.
It'll be the last time that dog breaks a bone on you.
All right. So, first of all, how are you doing, Chris? Oh, by the way, Jay Harper's here, Johnny B's here, I'm here, and I'm sort of here, and Chris. So it was like a Chrisapalooza yesterday on WTN. It was like, what, total of 7 hours?
A handful of Chris.
It's good.
You like that one?
Handful of Chris hands.
A fistful.
A fistful.
A fistful.
We double fisted yesterday.
Okay, see, now we're just getting into weird territory.
Weren't you making double fisting jokes yesterday?
He always does.
Yeah.
The hell are you talking about, Johnny? Double fisting jokes?
Yes.
Oh, wait. I think it's my mind that's in the gutter. What I said was...
what had happened was...
No, we're not talking about Diddy yet, okay?
Did he or did he not?
Yeah. Right.
Oh, he did.
Oh, he did.
He did a lot of Diddy stuff.
Yes, he did.
No, okay. Do we want to do this? Do you know what I accidentally said yesterday, Johnny?
What'd you say?
We were talking about Costco and how you felt like a kid trick-or-treating at Costco. And that you get the samples, and what do?
I'm not saying. Because Johnny will put it on a hotkey.
Somebody can check the tape.
Going to?
On the
All right. Listen. I said that I was double fisting sausages. But what I meant was, here I go with what I meant was.
What had happened was.
But I meant that I was going to the sausage place, and it was really good sausage at Costco, and I had one in both hands.
But I did.
Both hands. What?
Even better.
I can't win, man. Why did you bring this up?
I don't know how that came up. Oh, you said I was double fisting shows yesterday, right?
No, that's not what I said.
That's what he said. Run the tape back, guys.
That's not. We need this tape erased.
No, I had a blast yesterday. I had a blast.
Awesome.
2 shows. It was cool.
Yeah.
There was a good chunk of news that breaks between noon and 3. I don't know how Murphy, honestly, and I'll just go on record, Murphy has the hardest shift on Super Talk.
Oh, I worked it for 8 years, I know.
Because of the amount of news that breaks between noon and 3 to prep a show, deal with what's breaking live, and then have it come in that's crazy.
And he handles it brilliantly.
He does an awesome job. I don't want that shift. But so a lot of stuff breaks in the middle of it. And so it was cool. I did 2 different shows. It was fun.
All right, so you have brought some audio.
I have.
And it features in my opinion, 2 of the worst commentators ever in Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow.
Right before we're about to hit the air, Dan goes, these are two of the biggest, and then all of a sudden the music hit, and he went, "Oh, never mind." So what were you gonna say?
I don't want to say.
All right.
I was going to say something that I can't say on the radio, but I think they're two of the biggest.
They're two of the biggest.
You know what? You folks fill in your own definition of Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid.
Yeah.
They are the two biggest.
Finish this sentence on the super text line. Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow are two of the biggest, and we'll see if we can read them on the air.
I guarantee you we can't. But anyway, so this is Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid talking about how Donald Trump doesn't think elections are a real thing.
Into the courts, and I think that's ultimately the goal of what they're doing.
Yeah, and the bottom line to this, and it's something that you talk a lot about on the Maddow Show, and we talk about a lot about, and just in our little circle, is that you have a party that doesn't believe in winning power through elections. They don't believe fundamentally in democracy. They just believe in having power.
Now, the crazy thing is, how did they select Kamala Harris?
Yeah, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I keep saying this. The monologues just write themselves.
It was the most open and transparent process we've ever seen when they selected Kamala Harris. And it was joy-filled. It was infused with joy and sunshine and children's laughter.
And so that means there is no limit to what they'd be willing to do to get it. And they really don't care whether that means they won an election or not. That's immaterial to them.
Well, yeah, I mean, when Trump won the Republican
You know, the lying is so deep with these folks.
In 2016, he said it was rigged. When he won the general election in 2016, he said it was rigged. Before he ran for re-election in 2020, he said it was rigged. When he lost, he said it was rigged. He's already saying 2024 is rigged.
Hasn't Hillary Clinton been screaming about Russian collusion for 8 years now?
It's Hillary, Stacey Abrams, just about any Democrat that you're willing to listen to will tell you that the election was rigged.
And it's interesting too, because these two are talking about how Donald Trump is running around talking about how things are rigged. You know, if you want to talk about that, I mean, again, the monologues write themselves. Talk about the debate that was rigged. Clearly, that debate was rigged. David Muir, ABC, I fully believe that whistleblower who says that ABC gave Kamala Harris those questions because she was way too smooth. She was way too smooth based on what we know about Kamala Harris. Her answers clearly were memorized, and they told her exactly what to say, and she recited those. She recited those well. How is it that she was more loopy, Kamala Harris? How is it that Kamala Harris was more loopy during her sit down with Oprah Winfrey than in a high pressure debate?
Yeah.
That's what I don't get. So clearly she knew what was coming.
I think Kamala was hitting the sauce during that interview with Oprah right before. That's just me. Also, you had, I know this is off topic from the biggest losers over here, but Kamala Harris and Oprah Winfrey were struggling to maintain 10,000 live stream viewers online last night. They were struggling to maintain that. On the flip side, Vivek Ramaswamy was doing a live town hall in Ohio. He's not running for anything, and he had 40,000 live viewers.
No kidding.
Wow.
Listen,
that's what joy brings, right?
That is sure. That's what joy brings.
He doesn't think that elections are a real thing. He doesn't think that elections are legitimate, and he doesn't want an American form of government in which elections decide whether or not he's in power, because he doesn't believe election results should be binding. And so that's what it boils down to when you talk.
Do you know what I can't wait? If Trump actually wins, I cannot wait to hear these two screaming about Donald Trump cheating with whoever it is.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because you know that's coming.
And we get to have this video waiting and lying in wait.
That's exactly right.
When people say democracy is on the ballot, that's what it is. Yeah. But the nuts and bolts way it plays out is with what is now a whole of Republican Party strategy to say, you know, we're likely not going to have any election results, and we're going to have to figure this out some other way, either with the Republicans in Congress or the Republican-leaning courts. We're going to have them sort this out rather than the American people. That's the nuts and bolts way this thing gets worked out.
This is why we say scaring is caring on this show. It's kind of our theme. We scare to care. We scare because we care. And look, there is a remedy for this. It's very, very high.
We scare because we care.
You're right.
How long have we been saying that the only issues that the Dem push are based in fear?
Right. I mean, that's exactly what they do.
We scare because we care.
Well, and actually, you could take that and look at everything that, the Democrats, Karine Jean-Pierre was saying the last couple of days. I'll spare you folks the audio bite yet again, but talking about Donald Trump and January 6th and all of that. And this is what they do. They also scare because they don't have policy on their side. There is that as well. Is there anything here worth listening to? Because I realize that there's something else I want to do.
I don't think that what we just heard was worth listening to.
Hey, Johnny, you want to do the whole thing with Nancy Mace again?
Oh, sure.
Have you heard the thing about Nancy Mace?
Yes.
Did you do this?
Did you do it yesterday? I haven't done it, but I've heard.
So Nancy Mace is South Carolina Congresswoman. She's on CNN with this guy. What's his name? Michael Dyson. Is that what his name? Vanderbilt.
Correct.
I guess he's a Vanderbilt instructor.
He's up the street.
Michael Eric Dyson.
Michael Eric Dyson. They were on CNN together.
That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
So now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said you weren't a racist.
That is complete.
You don't have to intend racism to accomplish
You are intending that
your
I'm
disrespect
racist,
of Kamala Harris is part and parcel of a tradition of disrespect.
It's offensive,
Congresswoman.
And it's
why can't you just?
I'm
not calling you a racist. I'm saying you what the practice is racist.
You are. You absolutely are.
Disrespecting. No, what's disgusting is your disrespect of her.
Professor,
this gentleman said, I didn't know her name. He's trying to do it.
Is her disrespect of women. She doesn't know what a woman is. And if 25 years ago,
white women don't have the ability to tell black women who paid the price of blood to make this country what it is to tell them they're not real women.
25 years ago, I became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the military.
So Nancy Mace, she is surrounded by idiots.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
Who are clearly triggered by the fact that she is apparently saying Kamala Harris's name wrong, whatever. But after that segment where clearly it was off the rails and clearly this guy is just a nut job, he sends her a text message. And as Nancy Mace points out, it was a message where he's actually flirting with her after all of that. And so yesterday, she decided that she wanted that flirtatious text message on the record.
A screenshot of I would like to also enter into the record a screenshot of a text message I received from the esteemed professor from Vanderbilt, Michael Eric Dyson, after my CNN interview, begged me for photos. In this text, he says, after calling me racist on CNN, shh, don't tell anybody, we look good together, and sent me a kissy emoji.
And plus he's married, by the way.
Oh, is he married?
Third wife. Third wife, by the way.
Can I ask a question?
And he's a preacher.
How?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he's a Baptist minister.
How racist does this guy really think that Nancy Mace is if he wants to go out with her?
Yeah.
He just spent that entire segment saying, you're racist, you're racist.
But my gosh, you're a sexy racist.
Yeah, but you're hot. As far as racist goes, 10 out of 10. I mean.
And the guy says I'm gorgeous in all these photos. I don't think he's that bent out of shape on how anyone pronounces Kamala. And if we're going to have that standard, you got to hold it to both sides, not just one or the other.
Yeah, baby, I'm bent out of shape, all right.
Wasn't it Bill Clinton at the DNC went, oh, Kamala. Oh, you got to support Kamala.
He did, actually.
Joe Biden has been working with her for how many years now, and he can't get it right.
Yeah, it's and the other thing is just, hate to be that guy, but Dyson needs to look himself in the mirror and read the room.
Yes.
Did he really think that she was going to, hey, baby, let's go?
Yeah.
I mean, did he really think that's what her reaction was going to be? It's like, dude, read the room and look in the mirror.
Send pics.
Send pics. It's like, what pics you want? I just look at the TV segment we just did. That's what I look like.
Send Bob pics. Oops, sorry, typo.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. Yeah, a little slow, but
listen,
he gets there eventually.
Yeah.
If you're watching on Super Talk TV, I had to illustrate what I was talking about for Dan.
So, Chris, what's coming up next?
Well, we'll be cringing through the Kamala Oprah interview like everyone else. And there's a new speech loading today in Georgia for Kamala Harris. It's, as Joy Reid says, they're going to try and scare you because they care about you.
Yes.
It's all about abortion, and we'll break down why she's going to lie to the American people once again.
What would you classify, just very quickly, what would you classify that event last night? Like it clearly was a campaign rally, especially when it starts out like this.
A wife and mamala to senator to vice president. Please welcome Kamala Harris.
I would classify it as internal poll number damage control.
It's your contention there's some internal polling that is very negative for Kamala Harris.
And you could tell the way the cameras were operating that her body language was so weird and she was so awkward that they would take the cameras away from her and go to a wide crowd shot so you couldn't see how strange she was being. There were so many different times during that entire event where she looked like an absolute lunatic, so they went to the wide crowd shot.
She did. We were having fun with it earlier. She did seem like she was stoned, and there were a lot of cringy moments. There were no hard questions, obviously. This whole thing was just as I mentioned earlier, I think other people are saying too, it's a love fest.
My favorite part was the couple says, how are you going to bring down prices? She's like, well, that's a great question. Let me talk for about a minute and a half and tell you step one is bringing down prices. Oh, damn.
That's exactly right.
That's good. All right. I just became a Kamala fan. We'll go through all that and more on the Chris Hayes Show.
Dude. Just bring them down, man.
She wants to legalize the devil's lettuce, I bet, because she's on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I think it was booze, but
8:53. You think
maybe it's both?
You know what? I don't know what it is, but she does. She looks like she's stoned.
Yeah.
She truly does. And the way that she speaks, the very slow speaking patterns, speaking in circles and so forth, it's just like she's way out there. And yes, you're right. That audio of her trying to explain how she's going to lower prices by lowering prices was a great example.
It's so good.
All right, 8:53, WTN. Dan Mandis here for My Place, DT McCall's. If you need anything for your home, DT McCall's is the place you need to go. I've been there many, many times. Now, they've been doing business with Middle Tennesseans for 100 years, generational growth, because they do it all at DT McCall's. Great value, outstanding merchandise, and terrific customer service. Now, I bought my oven there a while ago. It was easy. Next up, a washer and dryer. I went to dtmccalls.com. I found exactly what I wanted at the price I wanted to pay. They also deliver for free and haul away the old stuff at DT McCall's. This is a great American company, a great Tennessee company that has indoor and outdoor furniture, appliances, kitchen appliances, and yes, all the best brands as well. Now, remember, they have as many of their items made right here in Tennessee as possible because they love Tennessee, and yes, they want to keep the dollars local. You got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lafayette, Lebanon, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Dan Mandis here for Paul Winkler. Listen, how do you know who you can trust financially? Now, I've seen these articles, roughly 30 to 40 lawsuits against insurance companies for trying to sell inappropriate deferred annuities to our elderly. Now, these investments are often pushed on TV, dinner workshops, radio, and often they've got crazy high expenses. They pay high commissions. They get low returns. And yes, they're typically hard to get out of. It doesn't make any sense at all, actually, to sell them to our elderly or, frankly, anybody for that matter. This is happening, though, and older folks are getting ripped off. Don't let that happen to you. Check out my guy, Paul Winkler, 615-851-1950. He is a guy you can trust, 615-851-1950. I do have to disclose that I am paid for these ads, but I'm also a real-time client of Paul Winkler's. I have been for 10 years. He is somebody that I trust with my money, and you can too. 615-851-1950, paulwinkler.com. Dan Mandis here. When the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain can really help you out with their guaranteed offer. Now, with the guaranteed offer, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. It is absolutely hassle-free. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said, we had to move fast, and we were worried the process would take too long and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain, he says, gave us an offer in 3 days for over our asking price. Now, they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews, and you can trust that Mark Spain is going to sell your home fast and for the most money. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number, 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online. It is markspain.com, and start packing.